Hey, what's good? What's good? Thought we'd jump in here a little early. Look like y'all having some fun. Let's go ahead and run this D-Lo and KC commercial here real quick. And we'll give it a rundown on what's going on today. Yeah, buddy. Appreciate y'all being with me. KC out today. So it's just me, man. We riding together. I had to jump in, man. I saw some deliveries are being made today. I like it. I like it. I like it. By the way, if y'all get, I know Brian, my man Joe, if y'all get an order that just don't quite look right, just take a picture, shoot it to me. We'll send it to the printing company. They'll fix it. They'll get it fixed. So Brian has dealt with all sorts of nonsense since we lost D-Lo and KC, since we launched DiloandKC.com. So appreciate that. And also, sorry about that. But let's get in here, man. Let's have some fun today. Busy show. Y'all saw on the graphic our old buddy Marshall Harris, male model of the year, Marshall Harris, who we thought went to Chicago to be a sports anchor, and then well. He out there taking pictures, staring off into the distance. What's up, Coach Molly? Y'all getting them dubs yet, man? What you was supposed to text me? What went on the other day? I've been waiting to hear from you. What's up, Coach? Let's get it in, baby. Let's get it in. Eric, what's happening? David, I don't know if Chiron's in here. That's funny. Shout out to Will Z for hitting us with those keys to the game. We'll get those later. But my man Will Z, very instrumental in the keys to the game, brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. So, Will, appreciate that. You was right on time with that text this morning. Man, finally. Goodness gracious, it took long enough. We just went live on Twitch. Twitch taking a sweet little time. There's Chiron. See, that's what happens when y'all on Twitch, man. Y'all get to the show late. Like, Chiron, we been here. I was looking for you. I thought the graphic was funny. George, what's happening, baby? DJ, I can't tell y'all. Let's see. We got about 90 seconds. I was thinking about this, yesterday, knowing because the kind of mental preparation for a show alone is kind of different. I remember thinking, man, it's so cool that you guys are a part of this, because it doesn't feel like, no KC today. It doesn't feel like, I got to go do this show by myself. It's more like, I'm gonna go do the show with the chat house. Because it's that one thing where it's like, I'm okay, we together. I ain't out there talking to nobody. The crew's here. Hanging out at the barber shop, man. Talking. Mrs. Mac 10, what's good? Happy Friday, baby. I need to get that admin to I got you, Coach. I don't know if I can pull it off this quick. Let me try, because I can't do it from the screen I operate on. But the trusted ones get to every man. Y'all, we got to keep that trash out of here, man. We just ain't doing that stuff. And thankfully you got homeboy out of here. But yeah, man, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Ah, that's Cap. Yep. Yeah, KC was suspended for poor rapping. All right, show starting. Let's go, baby. Happy Friday to you. Come on in and hang out for the next 4 hours. It's D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Burling, but no Kenny Caraway. Kenny was suspended because he can't rap. Kenny was suspended because he can't rap, and he put it on social media. So he'll be back with us on Monday. Those are just the rules. You rap on the show. Yesterday, I was looking back at the clips that hit social media yesterday. Not a sports take in sight. It was Kenny rapping and Morgan singing. That's what I said. This is what happens when the Kings win. Kings win a game here. Kings sit at 500, 4 games into the season, and we lose our damn mind and don't know how to act. Got Kenny acting like Drake. I can't remember who Morgan was acting like, but she went through multiple. She had a country song. She had like an alternative rock song. We don't know how to act, man. And all it takes is a Kings W here or there, and we lose our damn mind. But rules are rules. In all seriousness, Kenny is out today. He will be back with us on Monday. And if the Mavericks, if the Kings beat the Mavericks on Sunday, he's going to come rapping. Though I'm not clear what because I got a feeling about this football game on Sunday, and my partner ain't here. I haven't liked this game for the 49ers for a while. Talk about the 49ers looking for that get-right game. We thought that was going to be against the Colts. Wasn't. Now you're looking at the Chicago Bears, like all of a sudden you're going to be able to roll over the Chicago Bears. Now, I know that they're not playing particularly great. I don't think Khalil Mack is available this week. I'm not even sure if they officially put Khalil Mack on IR. I know that was something that they talked about doing. Give me one reason to believe in this 49ers football team headed into this game, again, not only against Chicago, but in Chicago. Man, I can't. Speaking of Chicago, speaking of the 49ers, I might be without Kenny today, but the show is definitely packed. It starts at 1:20 when our man, male model of the decade, Marshall Harris of CBS Chicago, he joins us coming up at 1:20. Quinton Mayo, BetMGM tonight. He'll be with us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Kyle Madson, 2:17, as he is each and every single week. And then, of course, our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, who just launched his new The Kings Beat platform there for everybody to follow his incredible work. He'll be with us coming up at 2:47. We'll have your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage before we get out of here as well. So we've got a lot to do over the course of the next 4 hours. As always, phone lines are available for you and be greatly appreciated if you wanted to jump in here. You're the co-host for the day. Really, you're the co-host every day. But when KC's out, everybody's got to step their game up, man. Those are the rules. 916-349-1320. That's the phone lines. And, of course, you can jump in and be a part of the dopest community in all of sports radio, the Chatty House. That's on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We mentioned 49ers and the Bears this weekend. It's a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And you know how we do on Fridays at 4 o'clock. That first glass is going to be poured. And given that KC ain't here, given that I'm under some different circumstances, I mean, the boss is off on some sort of adventure. KC's out handling family business. Jesse's in the studio surrounded by people in costumes. We might have to pour that McQueen in the Violet Fog a little bit early. And I mean, after all, we got an early Kings game tonight. We got a 5 o'clock start in New Orleans. And it's the second game of a 4-game road trip. Obviously, we're all feeling good after the win against Phoenix. Rightfully so. But I picked up on a couple of things yesterday, and I know we kind of talked about it. Anxious to talk to James Ham about this later on as well. But, man, I feel like Luke Walton kind of called out – I think he kind of called out the team's energy on Wednesday, which is cool. Like, I'm down for that. Like, I love that. But I also look at it like, man, we got to do that 4 games into the season. Like, we're already calling out energy because to me, the Kings haven't even hit the tough spot. Now, I know their schedule has been difficult, no question about that, as they just took on 3 playoff teams. This New Orleans game was supposed to be like a darling. Oh, this is one of the NBA darlings teams. This is one of the teams everybody's going to be really excited about. Zion Williamson and Brandon Ingram and Griff and everything that's working there. Well, obviously without Zion, the firing of Stan Van Gundy, I think everybody's still looking at New Orleans, but they're looking at them a little bit differently. Looking at them a little funny. But I still think this is a tough game, and I'm going to give you my reasons why. This isn't, oh, be careful. I think the Kings are better than New Orleans, but I think New Orleans is very, very capable, and we'll talk about that all throughout the day as well. But this is the part where I thought things were going to get tough for the Kings. Not just the road trip, but the pace of the road trip. You know, they got a couple of days off after that game against the Warriors on Sunday, started the road trip on Wednesday against Phoenix. But, here we are. It's Friday. They got the Pelicans tonight. Then they got to head to Dallas. Then they got Dallas, and then they head off to, Utah after that on Tuesday. So it's every other day. From Utah, you're headed back to Sacramento to take on New Orleans again on Wednesday. Then you got the Friday game against LaMelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets, who, if you have not taken if you don't have league pass or you haven't taken time to check them out, man, it's worth it. It's worth it, man. They're a fun watch, and I think they're a good team. I don't want to, get too overzealous, man, but I think there's something there with them. Then you got the Pacers coming in after that, and the Suns right after that. So it's a ton of basketball. There's no rest for this team. Like, they are playing a ton of basketball over the course of the next 2.5, 3 weeks or so. And so if we fast forward a little bit, maybe get to the Utah game, right? The day before you come home, I had to call out the team's energy. I get that. Yeah, I get that. And then you go a little later. I get it. There's a ton of basketball being played. There was an energy problem against Phoenix after 2 days off. Now, I guess there could be a couple of different ways that you look at that. An energy problem is you come out flat, maybe you weren't ready to play, or an energy problem as you had a couple of days off and you're not back in the swing of things. You had a couple of days off. You're coming off of 2 games that we've said it a couple of times. You had an opportunity to win those 2 games at the Golden One Center. You were in position, at least in the fourth quarter, to win those games at the Golden One Center. And then you come out flat against Phoenix. Here's what Luke Walton said yesterday that got my attention a little bit.
New Orleans, I know what it can do, the hypothetical, what it can do can be great for a team. But if we come out the next night and lay an egg, then it doesn't do much other than go a step forward, take a step back. So it's got the potential to be a really nice jump start to a hard, long trip. But it's all about the action of going out there and doing it.
So he's talking about the game, what that game in Phoenix could do for this team moving forward. You're going to hear Harrison Barnes respond to that as well. Here's more from Luke Walton.
Well, we are a different group. This is, I know we got a long way to go still, but it's, we've put in time, we put in work, and, it's a group that believes in each other. We all do. And it's a group that knows we're headed in the right direction. And I was a big time shot by Harrison tonight, and that helps. That helps along the journey, getting those type of squeak out wins.
I feel like Luke's tone as a coach is a little bit different so far this year, and we joked about it before the season actually started. We joked about it in preseason. Games were being played, training camp was still going on, but we joked like, "Yo, Luke sounds jovial. He sounds happy." Like we joked last year, he came to a press conference. It felt like he was told, "Yo, man, no matter what, you're safe. You're good. You're going to be the coach of this team for a long time." Like he was joking and laughing. And I speculated that maybe Luke sounds a little bit different because in some of the clips we were playing, he was actually in front of people. Now, in that particular clip I just played for you, that's following the game in Phoenix. He's still on a Zoom call, right? But I feel like the way he addresses the media as it pertains to his team is a little bit different. And I like it. And I know I'll hit the theme music for you because I'm trying to ride with Luke and I'm trying to be positive. I even pointed out some of the things that at least I thought he did well. At least it appears that he did well in the Phoenix game. But Luke has already this season, he's called out inability to rebound, offensive rebound specifically. He's called out the team's energy. He's called out throwing out the game plan. He's called out, I'm going to stick with the guys who go out there and are putting in work and are giving me the energy. And like I love that. I'm concerned about it. I'm concerned in the sense that we're already talking about energy 4 games into this. Like it takes me back to was it Trevor Ariza or was it Kemp Bazemore? I can't remember which one of those guys that it was who had to call the team together like the second day of training camp. and was like, yo, what was it 2 years ago? Like, y'all playing like you won something. Yo, that was training camp. Now we got energy issues in games. And it's one thing, like, look, we all know we all got jobs, like we all got work to do. Shoot, D-Lo, Casey, we could come in here with low energy, bad energy. We come in here and do that. But it's one thing for me to have low energy, right? Or it's one thing for Kenny to have low energy. Or it's one thing for you at your job to have low energy. It's another thing for like the entire staff to have it. So if De'Aaron hits the floor and he's flat, yo, why aren't his teammates picking him up? Or if Rashawn hits the floor and he's flat, why aren't his teammates picking him up? Why is it like a collective? And it seemed like in the first half of that game against Phoenix, it was a collective. It was a collective energy issue. Now, thankfully, that shifted a little bit, though it was in the second half where Luke was like, yeah, we threw out the game plan. We had an idea. We had a plan. We knew what we wanted to do. But we were going to stick with the guys who gave us energy. We were going to stick with the guys who were out there grinding and working. It's like, all right. Started to pick each other up a little bit in that second half. I'm with it. Now what we need to see is, can they put together 4 quarters? Now what we need to see is, can you beat a team that, for my money, especially without Zion Williamson, and I don't know how different I would feel if he was around, but for my money, the Kings are better than New Orleans. It's not homer talk. It's not your home for real Kings coverage talk. That's legit. I think New Orleans has some issues. One of them being, of course, that Zion Williamson isn't there. Now, on the flip side, they have some elements of their game and their team that could be very, very dangerous. We'll lay all of that stuff out. We'll dive more into the Sacramento Kings. It's a 49ers Friday as well, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Phone lines are always available for you. They're open for the next 4 hours, 916-349-1320. Whole lot of guests ahead, whole lot of fun ahead. We're just getting started here. It's D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man. Flip side, you know what it is. Yeah. Man, he'll show up. He's just going to take his L publicly. That's all. He's going to take his. Oh, bruh. Drake bars and flip side in the same day. Oh, what a day that'll be. We're going to need that win. We're going to need that win for the Kings on Sunday. No, you're right. This team absolutely can be beat if they don't execute. And you could argue the Kings don't have to play perfectly, as we saw. I think we saw it Tuesday, or excuse me, I think we saw it Wednesday against Phoenix, and we saw it opening night against Portland. Neither one of those games were perfect. Far from it, particularly the Phoenix one. Far from perfect. But they have to execute like they. Perfect example, Utah, Golden State. They have to execute at a higher, like if the Kings can't operate at 100%, and that's difficult. If they don't execute at 100%, again, I understand that's tough. Like a really good game is what? 85% and up. The Warriors operating at 75% execution is better than the Kings operating at their top form of execution. Like, they have to be that much better than those teams that they're playing out there. Execution wise, I mean, obviously I'm talking about that you can't have those little mistakes. And it feels like those little mistakes, shoot, man, they come back and cost you. We talked about the mistakes that they made in the first quarter, the second quarter, the third quarter. Yeah. Then you make those mistakes in the fourth quarter. You're like, whoa, what's this? Nah, y'all, they screwed it up the first 3 quarters too. Man, I gave everybody that damn wrench. I didn't see. Homeboy's name has come up before, and it was something that we were kind of eyeing and watching. And Jesse watches this stuff, but he can't. We have to operate it from YouTube, not from the platform that we use. So it was just like, yo, everybody getting one. Everybody getting one. There you go. $250,000 for real? Wow. Good for him. That's great. Give Disco Tim a shout out. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. We, by the way, I think we got a cause for my man Barry Axius is doing something where he buys coats for this is like in our community. I talked with Kendra Montgomery Block, who heads up the DEI department for the Sacramento Kings, and she gave me some ideas, and she mentioned Barry. I used to do a podcast with Barry. He's a good dude. Him and I butt heads a lot, but my man works his ass off for our community. So I was thinking if everybody is good with it, maybe that's where we send the t-shirt money. I think we sold over 100 t-shirts in like 28 hours or something like that. So I'll post something on social media so you could all see it, and make sure that you're all down with that. We can always split it. We can go in a couple of different directions with it. But I did like the idea of keeping it in Sac, keeping it here. Y'all make me laugh, man. Y'all stay making me laugh. Marsha. Oh, man. Man, I hope so. I hope that stays true. I hope that stays true. Appreciate y'all jumping in. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, please. Pretty, please hit that thumbs up. Goes a long way. Big deal. I promise you. Come in, hang out. I know you're just waiting for James Ham to get here, which I completely understand. James Ham will be here in a bit. Appreciate you, Lazy. Get the gear in a turtleneck. It's a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world. We'll talk some 49ers football in about an hour from now. When Marshall Harris, formerly of CBS Sacramento, now of CBS Chicago, he'll be with us coming up an hour from now. And I believe the plan what Marshall always is. He's the one to do the phone. He's jumping on the stream. So we'll see him live on twitch.tv. You can see those looks that's got him featured in all of these Chicago. Marshall in Chicago for 5.5 minutes, and all of a sudden, he's the biggest male model in the Midwest. If y'all haven't seen these pictures, man, I'll pull them up. We'll have some fun with Marshall when he joins us. Quinton Mayo and Kyle Madson here for their weekly visits at the top of the 2 o'clock hour and 2:15, respectively. And then it's a game day, so you know James Ham's going to be with us, our 1320 Kings insider and owner of the Kings Beat, dropping a new podcast today with Jerry Reynolds. Make sure you subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast here on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts from. James Ham going to be with us. And then that'll take us right around game time. Not quite. I think we got game time at 4 o'clock, or excuse me, game time at 5 o'clock, but we'll take it pretty close, man. We'll have you covered. Give you some time to get that beverage, get some food, get home from work, and we'll get you all set for the Kings game tonight. Of course, we'll have your keys to a Kings victory as well. So as we roll along here, man, as we get back to the Kings, because there's a lot more about the Kings I want to talk about, and I'm going to bring this up, and we're going to have a civilized conversation about this. Ja Morant's killing it right now. Now, I'm not quite sure how the Ja Morant, De'Aaron Fox thing started. And I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm not saying that to be cute. I, honest to God, don't know why these two seem to be so linked together. I don't know if it's because they're both dynamic players. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. But these two seem to be very much linked together. And I know the Coffee Boy has made it a point of bringing up Ja Morant and De'Aaron Fox's name together. I know that, my godson came over one day and we were talking. And he was like, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you something. Me and my teammates, we talk about this. Me and my friends talk about this. Who you got? De'Aaron or Ja? And Kenny was here that day. I was like, say that again. Like, say it louder so everybody in the room can hear you. And that started discussion. Again, I don't know why this discussion exists. I don't know why the John Morant, De'Aaron Fox thing exists. But for whatever reason, it does. And the Grizzlies last night were down by 19 to the Golden State Warriors. You know, they weren't down 19 to, Cleveland or Detroit or Houston. They were down to the Warriors. Man, Ja Morant had 18 in the third, finished with 30. He is on a tear this season. 30.4 points per game this season. We talked about, now the circumstances are different for a variety of reasons. De'Aaron Fox had an incredible final month and a half, 2 months of the season last year. Gets COVID, out for the remainder. Gets hit with COVID bad and is out for the remainder of the year. Our belief, whether rightfully so or not, we came in thinking, okay, that's our De'Aaron. And, I think the first game wrapped up opening night 27-8. Kenny came in. That's a night for De'Aaron. That's what he's supposed to do. Those aren't even big nights for De'Aaron Fox anymore. Those are just nights. Those are De'Aaron Fox moments. That's it. That's nothing. That's just a game. Keep it moving. Just what we wanted it to be. Just a game. Regular game. And then, we've kind of seen we missed some free throws, 4 free throws against Phoenix. We see the points go down. I think he had 20 some odd shots. I think it was 20 shots the other day. Only 18 points. Like, we're starting to look at things like, oh man, De'Aaron's struggling. Now we've got people jumping off the ledge with like trade De'Aaron Fox and trade De'Aaron Fox for Ben Simmons, and De'Aaron is this and De'Aaron is that. And of course, I'm always fascinated. Like, when did money become like a part of the conversation? Like, when did money become like part of the evaluation of a player? Did people like were newspaper columnists writing about like Jerry West and his contract when he was losing in the NBA Finals every single year? And with all due respect to the logo, it's impossible to not have respect for Jerry West. But my man's nickname is Mr. Clutch, and he lost in the NBA Finals like 9 or 10 times. Were they writing about that back then? Like, when did, Jerry West is overpaid? When did contracts become such a big part of the conversation? Because we talked about this when Monty signed De'Aaron to that max extension. This is it now. Now you're the face of the franchise. You're the guy. You are where the buck stops. You're the quarterback. You're the quarterback. You're the head coach. You're the guy who gets all of the blame and all of the credit. Like, that's the way it is. When you get that contract, that's what it is. And I'm so fascinated as to when that started, because now I think we're measuring De'Aaron not only versus his contract, but versus other people who have similar contracts. Donovan Mitchell's, Jason Tatum's, certainly Ja Morant, those types of guys who are going to earn that same level of money. Well, if Donovan can score 50 and he makes the same amount of money as De'Aaron, why isn't De'Aaron doing it? Contracts are such a big part of this. And so we came in with these expectations, and we knew if he didn't start the season, or if he goes through a stretch of the season in which he's not playing exactly like he did last year, when Ramona Shelburne was writing columns on him and he was getting Player of the Week awards stacking up on top of each other, the prestigious NBA Player of the Week trophy. We knew if he didn't do that, there were going to be some people looking at, maybe he's not the guy. There were people questioning already. He's pretty. No, he is. He is. Now we get 4 games in. Ben Simmons. Got to go get Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons, by the way, not even playing basketball right now. We out here talking about going to get Ben Simmons. He ain't even playing basketball. Oh, got to trade him for this. Got to trade him for that. 4 games into the year. Hang on a second. But we get into these comps, man. We get into these comps. contract comps, draft comps, all those different things. And we get stuck on this Ja Morant one. But there's one line from last night. Wasn't even from Ja Morant. It was from his coach. It's from his head coach, Tyler Jenkins. He said something that was like, that got my attention. I'm going to share that with you here in a heartbeat. 916-349-1320. If you want to jump in here on the phone lines, we got my man Daniel. Daniel, what's happening, baby?
Hello, how's it going?
All good, my man. What's going on?
Oh, pretty good. Hey, I just want to equate Fox's contract with George Kittle. I think you're hearing the same thing with George Kittle.
Okay. Okay, because George Kittle's compared to the other big dogs in the
they paid him a ton of money. Mm-hmm. They paid him a ton of money, and now he's hurt. And now you're hearing a lot of fans are just getting, he's taking up a lot of cap space, and the guy he doesn't play. And it's because he's hurt, but the guy doesn't play. And a lot of people are talking about it's time to get rid of him. It's time to get rid of him because the guy's always going to be hurt. The guy's great, but he's always hurt, and I think it's time to cut your losses. And I think a lot of people still kind of like with Fox. I think it's the same problems every year. You know what I mean? So I think people are starting to think, well, the guy's getting paid a ton of money. Let's see some of that. Let's see some of that difference. Let's see some of that payoff now.
So is it fair to say you want to see what you want to see De'Aaron do what Donovan Mitchell does? You want to see what De'Aaron does, like Jason Tatum, what these other guys who make the same amount of money he does.
Yeah.
You want to see him do the same thing. I got you.
Yes, do that, and go ahead and make the All-Star. Go ahead and make the All-Star game. I think the fans will be happy.
Yeah, that's man. You 100% right about that one, man. Daniel, I appreciate you, and that's good perspective. That's a good tie into George Kittle because George Kittle. I don't know if George Kittle's playing today or not, and like we Kenny and I acknowledged this before. George Kittle's. I don't think he's ever going to play 17 games. Like we were talking about Debo, Brandon Ayuk, some of these really big physical guys. You in football, unless you're the quarterback, and you got to have a really smart quarterback. You got to have a quarterback that gets the ball out of his hands really quick. Most of these guys aren't playing 17 games. Shoot, most of them probably aren't playing 16. But basketball, football contracts, there's probably an out in the Kittle contract. I don't know what it is or when it is. I mean, he's going to get money. He's going to be paid very, very handsomely. But with NBA contracts, there ain't no out. There ain't no, this didn't work. Oh, we got to move on. Like, yeah, you can move on. You sure can. In 5 years, the team can move on, but that contract's going with them. That's part of the Ben Simmons thing, right? I think the NBA, I think there are NBA teams at least that love Ben Simmons. Love him, but they're looking at it like, he ain't in the last year. It's like you're not exactly taking a flyer, which is another weird. I think we need to start a new segment, weird expressions in sports. I don't know where take a flyer on. I hear it all the time. I use the phrase. I don't even know what the hell that means. It just means take a chance. Why didn't you just say take a chance? I think there are teams that want to take a chance on Ben Simmons, but that's not what it is. You're not rolling the dice because you've got 4 years. You're committing to him. That's a long-term partnership right there. That ain't something that you can just check out and see how it works. 916-349-1320. Let's go to Joe. Joe, what's good, baby?
What's happening with you?
Man, I'm good, man. I'm good. What's on your mind?
Hey, I think De'Aaron Fox is probably the Kings' biggest chip to make that team better. And I wouldn't oppose them trading him because I really don't believe he's an alpha dog to lead that team. The kid I'd like to see him go get is Sabonis in Indiana.
I love Sabonis too. I just don't like. You'd rather have. For me, I'd like to have Sabonis. Joe, I'd like to have Sabonis and Fox.
No, I get it. But you either get one to get the other, and plus you just drafted guards in the last two drafts, so one of them are going to be able to play your point.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's a fair point. I don't know that Tyrese or Davion is. I don't know that Tyrese or Davion is De'Aaron though. I want to revisit that. I want to get to Leezy here too. Leezy, what's good, man?
Hey, what's going on, D-Lo? Love the show, man. I just had to call in today to talk about a little about De'Aaron Fox and the John Morant thing. I feel like De'Aaron's problem is his best skill is, obviously getting to the rim. But when he gets there, he can't hit free throws, and he doesn't have much of an outside jumper. So when people compare him to John Morant, and obviously to see the success John's had in his team to the playoffs, I think that's where all this is kind of coming from. Even a guy like Ben Simmons, I know he has his troubles, but we've seen his team in the playoffs. We've seen Donovan Mitchell. I think people are panicking now because we felt like this was our year, and we're seeing the struggles early.
Well, and I mean, yeah, that's a fair point. And I also I wonder, and it's a question because Lizzie brought up Ja right there. I do wonder if the panic is a little more amplified, if you will, because out the corner of our eye, obviously we're watching the Kings. We're watching the Kings with our focus, but we're sports fans, right? We're NBA fans, and so while we're focused on the Kings and we're seeing what the Kings are doing, we kind of look over and it's like, oh, Memphis is, oh shoot, okay, Memphis is playing well. John Morant's averaging 30.4 points per game. Okay, I think that gets our attention, even if it's subconscious, even if it's sitting in the subconscious, that gets our attention. Here's what Tyler Jenkins said following that game. By the way, greatest coach name in all of the NBA. My coach, Tyler Jenkins. Talking about Ja Morant. He's just taken huge steps all around. As a player, as a leader, he's finding his voice. His voice is just resonating throughout. That right there. He's taken huge steps all around as a player, as a leader. He's finding his voice. His voice is just resonating throughout. That last line, that's what De'Aaron doesn't seem to have. We could talk about ability to score. We could talk about free throws. We could talk about defense. We could talk about all of that stuff. His voice is just resonating throughout. That's what De'Aaron is missing. In my opinion, that's what De'Aaron doesn't have yet. And I wonder, listening to De'Aaron and listening to his teammates, we kind of talking yesterday. I think it was Thursday. Deuce and Kenny probably said this, or maybe Morgan brought it up. So one of them brought up, because we were talking about De'Aaron and his free throws, and I think Kenny said but maybe he's just not going to. Maybe he's just not going to be a better free throw shooter. Maybe we're not going to be able to get that out of him. He just is what he is in that aspect. And when I think about that line from Tyler Jenkins, I think his voice is just resonating throughout. I don't know that that's something De'Aaron has. I don't know how you teach something like that. Or can you teach something like that? Can you teach leadership? I don't know if you could teach leadership, but I do think you can learn how to be a leader. And I think it is difficult to lead when you're 21. Because remember, De'Aaron said something nice about Sacramento. De'Aaron was the guy everybody wanted. From what we were told, De'Aaron wanted to be here. Okay. I think De'Aaron's circle is very smart. But we bought it. We bought it hook, line, and sinker. And we embraced him. He's our guy. And we talked about the difficulties in this with Kings draft picks. It's one of the major pluses, I think, to Tyrese Halliburton. Also, it's one of the major pluses with Davion Mitchell. When you draft those guys, it's like, listen, you're being brought in to help this team win basketball games. You are not being brought in to be the savior of this organization. You are not being brought in to be the savior of this franchise. We are not preparing the statue for you outside the Golden One Center, nor are we preparing to hang your number in the rafters. We want you to come in here and contribute and help this team get better. De'Aaron was a part of that. Woo! It's a game changer. Everything's going to change with De'Aaron Fox. We started. Every Sacramento Kings fan became a capologist. We were figuring out when the max contract was due. We was carrying the one. We was our brother with the calculator that we use on the memes all the time. That was us. Kings fans were capologists. We were signing this guy, bringing this guy. I think we were mad at a Harrison Barnes contract because it was like, well, what about it's going to be too much money later. We did that. And I don't like it. And De'Aaron, I think, was thrust into a leadership role relatively quickly. Hell, probably not even relative, like immediately. Like, yo, come lead this squad. There are multiple ways you can lead, but like, yo, you're the guy. When we put little cool stuff out in Doko, it's going to have your face on it. When we throw out notes to season ticket holders, you're on it. He had to be a leader since he got here. And I'm not sure if that's something that I'm not sure that that's a skill he possesses. But I don't think there's reasons to look down on that or be concerned about that, because I look at this line again from Tyler Jenkins talking about Ja Morant. He's taken huge steps as a player, as a leader. He's finding his voice. Doesn't say he has his voice. Doesn't say he was a great leader last year or a great leader the year before. Says he's taking huge steps as a player, as a leader, and he's finding his voice. 916-349-1320. Steve, what's going on, baby?
Yeah, how's it going, guys? I love your show. Thanks for being on the air. I'm driving. Sorry if you can't hear me so well.
Hear you great.
Okay, great. I love De'Aaron, but I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, okay, he's got one elite skill. He's really quick, but I don't think he's a great shooter. I know he's not a great passer, and he's not a great defensive player, and he's not a great free throw shooter. So I'm not convinced that this is going to be like the top dog for our franchise. I love the guy, but I think he's more of like an important part rather than the main cog. That's just my take.
No, that's a solid. It's a solid point, Steve, because you're right. His elite skill is his quickness, because right now, De'Aaron's not an elite scorer. You're right. He's not an elite shooter. He's definitely not an elite free throw shooter, and he's not an elite defender. Now, elite, remember, that's up there. That's the top. Like Buddy's elite, right? We established that. Buddy's an elite three-point shooter. He's elite with costumes too, as some of the audience in D-Lo and KC have had way too much fun with over on social media. But I think that's a fair assessment. When you ask the question, what is De'Aaron elite at? Now, I'll pose this. I'll pose this question back at Steven and everybody else. Can De'Aaron, because of his elite quickness, can De'Aaron be an elite scorer? I mean, James Ham, who just hit me up, James Ham might come around and do the rest of the show with me. I ain't had a chance to respond to his text message, but James is free. He's ready to hang out. Might just have James jump in here and talk, because James was the one who said, yo, look at the parallels between De'Aaron Fox and Russell Westbrook. Now, I know not everybody is a big fan of Russell Westbrook, but if you remove how you feel about him, you got to acknowledge, like, my man can ball. It's a bit of a weird start to the year, and he has his faults. Is Russell Westbrook a great shooter? Nah. Never has been. He can hit shots. He's been able to hit big shots. I think De'Aaron could do that. What else is Russell Westbrook? Well, he's explosive. Who's that sound like? I mean, if I told you, like right now, true sermon for everybody. If I told you right now, De'Aaron Fox was going to end up like Russell Westbrook. Now, save the triple-double jokes. I'm talking about the style of player. Numbers-wise. Hell, MVP on a 46-7 win team. If I told you that right now, I said, De'Aaron is going to wind up like Russell Westbrook. Individually, we're not talking about team success, not talking about anything else. The individual is going to wind up just like Russell Westbrook. You have the option right now to keep or trade. What do you do? Because how could you possibly want to trade him knowing up he could wind up as one of the 75 greatest players of all time, as voted by the NBA media. A guy who has done historic things in his career. When James brought that comp to our attention, it was something I started looking into. Of course I did, because I'm a mark for Russell Westbrook, and I make no apologies for that. But you see it. And I talked about Passion Play. I think is what the documentary called. The Russell Westbrook documentary that's on Showtime that you should go watch. The self-awareness of him as a player. How aware he was of his shortcomings, how aware he was of the things he knew he needed to do to get better. Yo, if De'Aaron got that, man, we're good. We're good. But I want to see De'Aaron emerge as a leader in a similar way that it appears, at least according to his head coach, that Ja Morant has. As I mentioned, busy day ahead. James Ham just hit me on the text. He was like, yo, I didn't know you were by yourself. Hit me up. Y'all down for 3 hours of James Ham? I'm going to reach out to him, see if he's willing to jump on, see if he's ready to jump on, man. And we'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk about the Pelicans specifically. Still got Marshall Harris ahead, Quinton Mayo, Kyle Madson, all of that good stuff on the way as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Tatum for Fox straight up in a heartbeat. Jesse just asked if I do Tatum for Fox. Yes, I would absolutely trade De'Aaron Fox for Jason Tatum in a split second. In a split. And that's not a knock at all on De'Aaron Fox. I love Jason Tatum. Absolutely love Jason Tatum. All right, guys, I'm just responding to... let's see. I'm trying to jump in here in the comments. Let's see. I wanted to. I honestly, I didn't know if James wanted to do, because it was kind of. I don't want to say it was super short notice. It sounded like I was on. You know what? True story. I've always wanted to do that because I listen to a lot of books. I've always wanted to. It's like, yo, how do you get one of these gigs? Like, how do you get to read a book? I want to do that. Weber shirts are not sold out. We moved the player merchandise over to thedopeones.com. Chris, Boogie, J. Will, those are all on thedopeones.com. That's where you can find them. The Boogie one is dope. You got to go get that one. Or you kick Chris too. But we moved them off of D'Lo and KC. We want to focus on our merchandise there. And we're done with the fundraiser as well. We sold. I'm a dick. I was trying to make a point, and I feel like y'all made the point, like resoundingly made a point. Plus, we can get that money out faster. I am going to work on some. We have a couple of new designs. We have the sitcom designs that I'm really excited for you to see. Dave Garcia Designs did some incredible work with the In Living Color logo. We'll launch those pretty soon. We've got some cool stuff in November that we plan on. I'll get the rest of the gold collection up this weekend as well. So 49er fans, there's a pretty dope gold. It's the only gold thing that's up right now, and it's up because I published it on accident. But it's a gold. It's a red crew neck with the gold D'Lo and KC logo. It's pretty dope. No. This one is not available yet. It's not available yet. Yeah, he does. Man, he sure does. And that's why I was concerned when we were talking about, oh, shoulder, oh, this, like, damn. Man, that's tough. That's tough. But the truth is though, Megan, I'm worried about Russ too. Like, I worry about Russ all the time because I feel like Russ, and man, I hate this. Russ is one injury away from being Derrick Rose. Because I don't know, like, if Russ loses, because Russ still today is explosive. If he loses his explosiveness, like, who is he? I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. Wait, you said Jaylen Brown? You said Jason Tatum. Okay, no, I'm not. No. I said I'd trade De'Aaron Fox for Jason Tatum. I did not say I would trade De'Aaron Fox for Jaylen Brown. Confirmation from James Ham. He's going to jump on here in just a few minutes. That's actually, when we brought James on, the idea was not only does he do tremendous work for us for the Kings, but when Kenny's not here or I'm not here, he would jump on and hang out with us. Kenny being out was not terribly short notice. Like, it's been a couple of days like we've known, but it's also, I didn't really want to put James in a tough spot where it's like, hey, James, come in. Let's do a 4-hour show together. What's up, buddy?
Go to the bullpen, man. I'm always ready.
I know you are. I had no doubts you'd be ready, man. I had no doubts you'd be ready to talk Kings basketball, 49ers football, or whatever pops up on the horizon today. Let's bring you right into the conversation. I'm sure you're very well aware of what the Grizzlies did last night against the Golden State Warriors and the tremendous performance from Ja Morant and the tremendous performance he's had so far this season. But James, there was a quote from Tyler Jenkins that really, really got my attention. Tyler said, Coach Jenkins said, he's just taken huge steps all around as a player, as a leader. He's finding his voice. His voice is just resonating throughout. And this comp lives out there in the world with Ja and De'Aaron. I don't know why. I don't know how it started, but it's out there. And when I got to that line of his voice is just resonating throughout, that's the thing that stuck me, where it's like, I don't feel like De'Aaron has that.
Okay, I mean, I get it. And we're watching, I think when you look at Ja, like, the things he does on a basketball court are always fun to watch, you know? And even the last couple of years I've watched him and comparing him directly to De'Aaron. De'Aaron has been the better player when they're on the court together. The stats don't always say that, but if you're watching, the eye test is De'Aaron stronger. He's more consistent. Ja gets a lot of points down the stretch in games where it's kind of out of hand, and they just keep playing, which is one of the things I really like about Tyler Jenkins. His team plays hard all the way through the fourth quarter. Even if they're down, there's never a lead that you should feel safe with, because they play it out even the last like 45 seconds. They'll keep fouling you and keep coming at you. So I think you get a lot of points and stuff like that in those segments. But I mean, it's hard to compare them straight up, because while they are, you know, similar, they're so fast and they do highlight real things. I just think that we haven't figured out who each of them are yet in the league. And I think there are plenty of times when De'Aaron's voice is heard. I just think right now that's Jaw's team without any question. And the Kings have so many other pieces that I just don't know that it's fully been handed over to one guy. Even if you do hear Walton say, he's ahead of the snake. So I get it. And I really like what Ja brings to the table. But I also want to see them go up against each other and kind of see how that looks as well.
Is De'Aaron vocal?
Yeah, I think he's vocal with his teammates. I think he is direct on the court. He in practice and everything else. Is he an introvert? Maybe a little bit. So he's not, he's not Scotty Barnes. He's not yelling and screaming or Draymond Green. He's not that type of leader. But you also have to look like when a player gets off to a slow start, they kind of, they have to find themselves. They get a little bit more quiet. And I think Ja is just one of those guys that, he's a highlight reel waiting to happen. The athleticism, I think he's more athletic. I think Fox is faster and maybe a slightly more skilled, but I think that, he's just like, he's fun to watch, man. He's a lot of fun to watch. There's a lot of good young guards in the West.
Yeah, he's really good, man, and he's definitely going to be one of those guys who emerges as one of the top guards in the West. I mentioned this a moment ago too. You were the one who kind of brought this to, at least to my attention, the comp of early Russell Westbrook to De'Aaron Fox, I think, is extraordinary. Yeah. And this comes off the heels of me spending part of my weekend watching the Passion Play documentary on Showtime about Russell Westbrook, where Russell plainly acknowledges before Kevin Durant left, he felt like him and Kevin Durant weren't. He's like, my biggest regret with Kevin Durant leaving was I wasn't as good as him. Like, we never got to the same level at the same time. Like, Russ knew he was still ascending. And obviously he had the tremendous year after Kevin Durant left. But it's one, I think it's tremendous self-awareness. But it just got me stuck on that comp you made about how, Russ was I think he even categorized himself as a late bloomer. Not just in basketball, period, but at UCLA, with the Thunder, like, he blossomed late and turned into the player that I think we kind of now know him as. And that's why I just like, man, I feel like some of us are overreacting just a little bit to these first 4 games, not seeing the De'Aaron Fox that we saw when he was winning Player of the Week awards last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think, who is like the other guy for Memphis? Like, that they don't really have the other guy. They've got guys who are solid players, but they don't have that. They don't have a Harrison Barnes averaging 27, 28 points a game. They don't have a Buddy Hield coming in and averaging, close to 20 points a game outside. Like, he had one off game, but outside of that, like, they don't have all of these other pieces. So a little bit, they are almost like Russ when KD left. Mm-hmm. So it is a little bit of a one-man band thing that they have going on there, which allows for a player to just excel and to put up big numbers. And if it equates to winning, that's the biggest thing. So when it comes to Russ, like, his ascension as a player, it really did take quite a while. I mean, you can see the stats were good, but they weren't great. And again, we talked about this, I think, last week. When you look at CJ McCollum, which is the guy that I think Halliburton gets compared to quite a bit, just because, again, their play style is a little similar. It took him, 2, 3, 4 years into the league to become who he was going to be. And he certainly wasn't anywhere near as good as Halliburton was in his rookie season and his first 2 or 3 seasons. So, I think patience is always needed, but.
And CJ never looks back. CJ hit that 20-point per game marker, and he has not looked back since finding his stride.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what you hope that a player does. Once they find that they're just there and they are who they are, and you're like, okay, look, he's really good and he's going to continue to be really good. I just think, the problem that the Kings have is, as a franchise, they have asked for patience for a decade. They actually spent more than that. They've asked for patience since 2006. And you just run out of patience. But what you forget as a fan is that they're asking for patience with a new group of young players, with a new set of young people that it isn't the same. So waiting for having patience with DeMarcus Cousins and having patience with De'Aaron Fox, those are two totally different things. And at a certain point, it's got to equate. And we're in year 5 with Fox. It needs to equate. Like, he needs to carry this team to the playoffs, or at least a play-in, to show that he is like a close to all-star level player.
When's the point where you, because I hear you say that and I like damn near chuckled, like it's year 5.
Yeah.
And I understand, I guess in the NBA, or maybe it's not the NBA, maybe in today's society, maybe in today's, being a sports fan, 5 years feels like an eternity. But seriously, we're talking about a 24-year-old kid.
Yeah, he's not 24
sorry to
yet.
refer to De'Aaron Fox as a kid. He's not, but we're talking about someone who's 24 years old.
Yeah, he turns 24 in December, right? He's still 23.
Okay. Jeez.
Yeah. So I know that people want it, but like I'll use the game against Phoenix as sort of the barometer for what we're looking at here when it comes to fandom. I mean, fans were ready to burn down Golden One Center for the first 24 minutes of that game against the Suns. They were so angry, and I think the Kings went into half down 8. Now, I'm not going to tell you that was good basketball. That was horrible. It was hideous. It was disgusting. They won. I mean, and everyone wants to go, oh, they blew the fourth quarter lead again. Well, didn't the Suns lead by 11 or more in that game? Wasn't that the same team that went to the went to the NBA Finals? They also blew an 11-point lead. Like, look, we're early in the season, and you need to let this thing kind of play out. If you told me at the beginning of the season, I think I wrote this, if you were betting basketball and you bet that the Kings were going to be 2-2 after their first 4 games, then you are bad at betting. That's it. Like, you should have lost all your money if you bet Kings, because they were underdogs in every game. And the fact that they're 2-2, hey man, that's really good. Now you have to keep going, and you can't just, pat yourself on the back. You've got to get wins against teams like New Orleans. You can't let off the gas. But I like the 1-0 mentality the Kings have. They want to go 1-0 every day. And, they call it stacking days, but their goal is to go 1-0 every day, whether that's practice or it's a game. And so far, they're even Steven. So it's okay.
I'll take it. Like, I'll absolutely take 2-2. I'll take 10-10. I'll take 20-20. I'll take 30-30. You could take me all the way up until 41-41. Because I feel like that's a play-in, playoff area team right there. And it's an improvement, a significant improvement over what we saw the last couple of years. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Kenny Caraway is out today. James Ham is with me for today, not for a segment, but James Ham hanging out with us for the show. The beauty of having a Kings insider here on staff, man, he could just jump on, talk Kings basketball. We'll talk, we've got Marshall Harris now is the king of Chicago. I'm not sure if you not Abe Froman, but it's Marshall Harris. That's a reference for a few out there. That's a pop culture reference. That's the most pop culture reference you'll ever get from me. But Marshall Harris, CBS Chicago, he's going to join us. Kyle Matson's going to join us later on. But it's not actually, James, the Kings and the Grizzlies tonight. It's the Kings and the Pelicans.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Pelicans are very good. However, I do think I used this line earlier. They're not very good, James, but they're capable. They've got, Ingram's capable. Like when they beat Minnesota the other night, Ingram 20 plus, Valanciunas 20 plus. Like they had guys who put up points, and given it feels like maybe the Kings have some difficulties down low, that this could be a Valanciunas type night if the Kings aren't careful.
The Kings owe Valanciunas a nice shot.
Big facts.
So yeah, and then look, we were talking about Memphis. That's what I mean by they've cleared out everybody, and it's Josh. It's his show. That's it. Valanciunas is a guy who can average close to 20 and 10. or 18 and 12, and they just moved him for a guy who averages 10 and 10, just to make sure that, they handed everything over to him. I think that in the long run, that might be a mistake. And I don't think Memphis is, like, as far as the team build, is great, but the Pelicans, like, they have no shooting. Like, what were they doing? Like, the whole offseason, it was really startling. And, they're starting like a non-offensive player, playing him 30 minutes a night in their starting lineup. Yeah, like you don't even know who he is. It's like, hey, he's playing 30 minutes a night, and his stat line is like 0 for 2 with 0 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist. You're like, what is happening here?
That's spectacular.
But, yeah, I mean, I'm not, I'm not trying to be coy here. I don't even know his name at this point. I'm gonna have to look it up.
I looked it up yesterday and I have forgotten because it stood out. You see, like, hey, this brother played 30 some odd minutes and took 2 shots. Oh, this is pretty regular. It's Herbert Jones.
Yeah.
Herbert Jones.
See, I'll relay this. Last year, we were in our fantasy football draft. We got to the late rounds, and I had looked up James Robinson from the Jags, and I'm like, hey, let's draft James Robinson. Well, we get to the pick, and I look at my son, which we share our team, and I'm like, okay, I got a guy's name in my head, and I can't remember. And I'm like, it's James. And I'm like, all right, well, let's just draft James Washington, the receiver for the Steelers. And then we go into the season. It was like, oh, if we would have only drafted James Robinson. But that's what I like with, what is it, Herbert? Is that what
it's Herbert Jones? I was literally looking up all of this last night, and it's the one starter on the team I couldn't remember. It's Herbert Jones. He's averaging 3.2 points per game.
Yeah, and how many minutes?
Like 30 something. He is averaging. I'll get you the exact number here. But he is averaging. Well, they don't make minutes. Okay, he's averaging 23.
Okay, so again, this is a moment when your depth at the center position comes in handy. So if Rashawn Holmes can't hang with Valanciunas, which there's nothing wrong with that. Valanciunas is a huge man. Then you can give Tristan Thompson or Alex Len a look, both of them, and see how it goes. I think, again, Valanciunas, you can take away his perimeter shooting, which is good, by sticking with Rashawn early. But if he starts pounding you in the post, then just bring in a big body and push him out. And so that's what, again, I think the beauty of this year's Sacramento Kings team, they have so many different looks they can give you, and they can shoot 40-something threes a night, which, again, the Pelicans, they just systematically got lost all of their shooting. And, so is Brandon Ingram. And taking away one guy really isn't that hard. It's just not in the NBA. So one guy, and maybe you let Valanciunas go a little wild in the post. I think the Kings will be okay. I also think they can run a zone for half the game and say, all right, somebody beat us.
That someone's Devontae Graham. That's the only other guy I feel like they have to be aware of. And maybe with him, it's more like, okay, buddy, prove it. Yep. Like we'll play a certain way. If you knock down a couple of shots, maybe we change our strategy. But that's why I was saying I don't think New Orleans is good, but I'm fearful that New Orleans is capable. And I don't know if you're aware of this, James. This team hasn't really put together 4 quarters yet. And so the big difference between the Phoenix game and the Utah Golden State game was they decided to stink in the first half and be really good in the second half, where in the other 2, they were really good in the first halves and things kind of went awry there in the second half. I don't want them to leave the Pelicans with an opening.
Yeah, I'll just say this. There is no Steph Curry. There's no Devin Booker on that team. On the Pelicans. And like, I like Brandon Ingram as a player, but he's not that guy. He's just not. And Zion might be that guy, but not at, like, what did they say? Weighed in well over 300 pounds and he broke his foot. And like, he's just now he's not even, he's just doing straight line stuff. He can't even do like lateral. Like, I don't think the Kings will face him now. And I don't think they'll face him next week when this team rolls back through Sacramento on the second night of a back-to-back for the Kings.
Yeah. I think I like Ingram a little bit more than you do. I feel like he's stuck, though. This team, I don't know that this team suits his, strangely enough, I feel like Ingram would do really well with Lonzo Ball. Like, I think that's we saw Lonzo Ball with this team, and I think that's where we saw Brandon Ingram thrive. I feel like Ingram needs he needs a crafty guard there with him. I think because I think he's really good.
I think he'd look great on the Kings. I mean, you'd have to give up way too much to get him, but you know what I mean? Like that type of wing scorer would be really nice. But, you know, again, we could ask the question, who's a better player, him or Harrison Barnes? And your instant reaction is like, oh, Ingram's way better. And I'm not sure about that. Who impacts winning more? Who's going to do the dirty work? Who's going to do the things that you need to do to win and bring consistency and all that stuff? Like, I think Harrison Barnes has gone from, you know, overpaid to underappreciated very quickly, which is really interesting.
Yeah. I mean, Ingram's skilled. He's younger. This is an interesting team, the Pelicans. I think this is an interesting game because it's the first one so far this year, where I'm like, James, the Kings need to win this game. Like I'm happy that they won Portland. You know, I'm happy that they beat Portland. I'm happy that they beat. Like you said this earlier, that's a tough schedule. Going into this one, it's like, guys, come on. You've got to, like, Jesse pulled up the record. I think it was 16-15 was the team's record last year against teams under 500.
Yeah.
16-15. It can't be that this year. They've got to do better than that. And I feel like the Pelicans are a team that's going to finish under 500.
Yeah.
And they're certainly there now.
Yeah. I believe they'll be considerably under 500. And, you know, like someone put out, like I had sent something out about like the injury report, and someone said trap game. There shouldn't be any trap games. I mean, the Kings have earned nothing. They are, you know, 15 consecutive seasons without a playoff berth. You don't have trap games if that's who you are. And that's who you are until that's who you're not. And so, you know, they need to show that they take every game, that they try to go 1-0. Like, if, you know, talk the talk, but you better walk the walk against a team like this. And then, you know, you get this game and you got a little momentum. Now we're talking about Dallas, and Dallas again is in a team that I think should scare people. I think this is a team that, you know, the Kings could go in there and give it a good shot. And I also think it's really strange that the Kings are 0-2 at home and 2-0 on the road. I mean, to me, that's just really bizarre. I remember when the Kings lost something like 43 consecutive road games over 2 seasons, which is just like startling, just shocking. But at this point, like, especially without fans, you know, every stadium isn't going to be packed with fans. Fans are still like a little leery on showing up and filling these things up. I just think that, you know, you're going to see some residual slowdown, and I think road games are going to be a little bit easier for this season.
The Dallas one is interesting for a different reason. It's like 12:30.
Oh yeah, it is. It's a 3:30 Eastern start. I was looking at the other day. So it's a 12:30 start, but you know, that's not horrible. I mean, like the ones that always kill me are, it's Martin Luther King Day that they like run the Kings out at like, we got to get up here for 8:00 a.m. game. Yeah. And that means that, you know, the team's been up for 3 hours already. Yeah. And it's just, you know, they don't even have a shot. You know that they're just sleepwalking through the game.
This is not what Dr. King wanted. He did not want the Kings with 11:30 a.m. tips. Like, he did not want that.
I think they'll be okay. You know, again, this is, you got to look at Utah and say that's going to be like the toughest game of this stretch. And then you got to look at that second Pelicans game. And it's the second night of a back-to-back when, you know, the trip from Utah to Sacramento isn't one of the easier ones. I like going to Utah. They have a Marriott that is literally across the street from the media entrance. So it's like the best of all possible. You just like can mill around. There's not really anything going on. It's really a strange city, but I don't like going there because the plane ride, you come in really steep, and like the fall down to the runway is like super fast. And it's always like, okay, this is sketch. But I mean, I like Utah. Yeah.
It's never been my favorite. Utah's
it's just different.
It is. Different. Yeah, it is. It's definitely different. And then you think about there's all these like sports cliches, particularly NBA. the last game of a road trip, boy. You know, the guys are just anxious to get home. And then you got, well, it's the first game back. These guys, they just walked in the door. It's like we keep finding ways that something's going to go wrong in the game. I don't know if they do that in other cities, but I know I've heard them all here.
I have. It's like, oh, home cooking. We're so excited to get some home cooking. And then the other is like, you know, a long road trip really is a chance to bond. And it's like, okay. Like, well, whatever it is, it's not worked out because, again, you missed the playoffs for 15 consecutive seasons. So whatever those things are, let's just crumple them up and throw them away and just come out and try to go 1-0. Yeah,
that is 15 years of being unwilling to accept reality.
Yeah.
There's no chance the team's bad. It's just, you know, it's home cooking or it's some bonding time here.
That's right.
I don't remember if we asked you this or not. Just, is there any, because you mentioned the bigs and the depth at center. Is there a formula to the Alex Len, Tristan Thompson games?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's tall people, you get Alex Len.
That's what Kenny said.
Stocky people, you get Tristan Thompson.
That's exactly what Kenny said. That's the only thing we could come up with. He's like, you know, I think if you're 6'10" or above, it's an Alex Len game, or 6'11" and above, it's Alex Len. If it's anything below, you're getting Tristan Thompson, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, like, look, with Atlanta a couple of years ago, Alex Len, the Kings paid the wrong Atlanta Hawks center because Alex Len and Dwayne Dedman were both like just slaying it from the 3-point line. But Alex Len shot like 37.5% from three that year. He was really good. And it wasn't, I mean, he had enough to actually like register to like make a difference. So I like him from the corner. I like him from the top of the key all the time. You know, that having him as a trailer, a guy who plays goalie, stands by the rim, gets a rebound, feeds it out, and then is a trailer on the play. That means that somebody has to pick him up. So it's just a different style where Rashawn Holmes, like sometimes he's back for the rebound, he kicks it out, but then he's flying down as the quote unquote rim runner. So you have two different styles of bigs there, the rim runner and the trailer. And I like Alex Len as a trailer. I like that he can space the floor out to the side. I just think he adds another, you know, sort of angle for this team, especially if some of the other guys aren't hitting. I mean, he was a difference maker against Phoenix, although the Kings pick and roll defense like early in that game was just some of the worst I've ever seen. I don't even know what was happening. And I think Alex Len cleaned up some of that, but you can't let Aiden go for 20 and 20. So, or more than that. It was bad.
It's James Ham here with us on this 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We're talking Kings basketball. We're talking 49ers football. We're talking with Marshall Harris, formerly of CBS Sacramento, now of CBS Chicago. He joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay, cool. Thank you. And then James is cutting at 3:15, so we'll break it the normal time. He can get out at 3:13, and then I'll just do the long stretch at the end.
Sweet.
Yeah, and I think Marshall's jumping on the stream with us, so that'd be fun. You know Marshall. You got to.
I know Marshall very well.
Yeah.
We're friends. Yeah. Actually, I miss Marshall. I miss having him around.
Same. He, I mean, Marshall and Sarah are the reason Kenny and I get to do TV every week, man. That's been so big for us here.
No, that's huge. That's huge. Yeah. She asked me to do something this weekend. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like whatever you guys need, that's fine.
I never say no to her, man. She's grinding. Like it used to be, Marshall, Sarah, and Joe.
I know.
Marshall and Sarah. Now it's Sarah. like it's just literally her.
I know, it's crazy. And Marshall ends up in Chicago with Joe, because I think Joe's in Chicago again.
No, Joe was doing stuff in Cincinnati. Joe's in
Joe's working for
Charlie
CBS.
Was doing stuff in Cincinnati. I think he's in New York, isn't he?
No, that's possible. He's from Chicago.
Yeah, he's from Chicago.
Yeah, he's a big Bears fan, and yeah, he wears it every weekend.
Oh yeah.
He's living that Justin Fields lifestyle right around the Nagy. Like, it's just a mess.
I loved I was so happy for Marshall. Like, he gets there and now all of a sudden he's covering baseball on a daily basis. He's covering football on a daily basis, and he's covering the Chicago Sky Championship parade. You know, he's covering their game, you know, their WNBA championship clincher. So I was happy for him, man. That's good stuff. And of course he's doing all the bull stuff.
Yeah, you know, I've never just because of the way I came into the business, I've never done that whole multi-sport thing. Like, I mean, I've gone down and I've covered A's, I've covered 49ers openers and Raiders openers helping out, but I've never had to balance like that whole deal because, I mean, like with me, like I'm so saturated in Kings that it makes it really hard to kind of like shift gears. Like I love sports. I watch sports all day long, but I find myself being more refined. Like I only watch A's baseball, which I might not even do that after letting Bob Melvin go.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a story that was.
Yeah. Just shocking, right? Just like,
Jeez.
And they didn't even get anything for him. I mean, last time I checked, the A's have like their minor league system is tapped. There's nothing there. Like you couldn't have got anything. I mean, just let him go. I mean, San Diego wants him. Clearly you couldn't have like traded for a manager for some prospects. Like he's just too good. I mean, he's a great manager. So
look at this handsome guy. What's up, man?
What up, people? How y'all doing?
Good, brother. How are you?
Yeah.
Outside of the gloomy weather outside, I'm great.
Let's get a full. Okay, there you are. Where is that? Is that the house? Is that the Chicago?
No,
spot?
I'm at work. I'm at the station. We're at Block 37 in downtown Chicago here in the Loop. Getting ready to talk a little football, mostly hockey because that's been the thing.
Oh my, yes.
Blackhawks scandal.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. I was unfortunately catching up on some of that reading last night. Like, Jesus, man.
It's not an easy read. The details are indeed graphic.
Yeah.
James, how are you doing?
Good. I missed this topic that we were discussing. The graphic details of something.
Chicago, the Blackhawks, the hockey team, they've got themselves a sexual assault scandal that's costing.
I missed that today.
Yeah.
One of those where everybody that knew denied knowing, and then they did an actual investigation. It turns out they pretty much all knew. And they said winning the Stanley Cup is more important than dealing with this sexual assault.
Hang on 1 second, guys. Sorry. Kenny's out today on this 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. So I went and got all my other friends to hang out with me. James Ham sitting in here on the show as we get ready for the Kings and the Pelicans tonight. And our dear, close, longtime personal friend off the streets of CBS Chicago, used to be CBS Sacramento, used to be a dude who didn't wear a tie, just put on a coat. Now my brother wears a tie, a fitted jacket, and he takes pictures where he looks off in the distance and they get posted in magazine. I believe he was in GQ. He's the first male to be the Jet Magazine centerfold. He was on Ebony. He's been on Essence. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the artist. Do you just go by one name now? Are you no longer Marshall Harris? Are you like Marshall? Have you gotten so big that we just call you Marshall?
You just call me Mars. It's fine.
We're
good. We're good. It's lovely to be on the show with you, Damien. I have missed your quick wit. James, I've missed all of your insight, especially with the Kings and whatnot. The other guy that's not here today, I don't really miss him, and I'm sure he's scared to come on to talk about his team that's been, for lack of a better word, trash.
No, that's the perfect word, as a matter of fact. Full disclosure, the ideas that came about, and excuse me for being an idiot, not thinking about this. Marshall texted us yesterday during the show, like, yo, wait, Marshall's in Chicago. Why the hell didn't we have Marshall on this week? And I felt bad because I knew Kenny was out, and it was like, oh, this will be we got to have Marshall on. He's in Chicago. He's taking over the world there. You're literally covering everything. we'll save the radio audience the details, but you're covering the Blackhawks story, which is a massive story in sports right now. Of course, you've been all over. Right. You've got to cover the Chicago Sky. You talked to Candace Parker as she walked. It's a little bit different than just going to the Golden One Center and then going back to the whole studio at CBS.
Yeah, it's a little different, but it's great. The challenges are great. You know, you're covering, 5 major teams when you talk about the Cubs, the White Sox, got to travel with them for the playoffs. Obviously the Bears, which is the big thing going right now during football season. And really, as you know, the NFL is 24/7, 365 anyway. And just when you think the Bears are bad because they've lost a couple in a row, you see the 49ers and it could be worse. It could be worse.
I've been fearful that the 49ers are the get-right game for Chicago. Like Chicago.
Yeah, there's a possibility. Justin Fields actually said he feels like a big game is about to happen. Like he can feel them breaking out, which when you're throwing for 125 yards per game as a team, breaking out can mean a lot of different things. The next team in the NFL, like they're dead last, obviously. The next team in the NFL is like 50 yards more passing per game. So, like, Justin Fields needs something to help him break out. And maybe the Niners are just what the doctor ordered.
I'm not sure that Nick Bosa is what that I'd want to go up against. I mean,
look, there's people on the Niners who can make life difficult for Justin Fields. I mean, we saw a game not too long ago where he got sacked 9 times in one game. He leads the league in number of times sacked, 22 times. On the other flip side is the Bears, no one's got more sacks than they have as a team. They've sacked the opposing quarterback 21 times. So it's kind of like who gets it together first. And normally I'd say, yeah, well, Shanahan obviously has a better track record than Matt Nagy, but I'm not sure. Matt Nagy isn't even coaching right now. He's been coaching from home all week because he's in the COVID protocols. We don't even know where he is. I say at home. He refused to tell media members where he was physically. He's like, I don't want to, for reasons you guys understand, I don't want to give up that information. That's what we're dealing with here in Chicago. I don't know how things are going on the West Coast, but that's what we're dealing with.
Well, joke's on you, buddy, because Jimmy Garoppolo only throws the ball 1 yard per play, so there's no chance you're going to get to him. So joke's on you. Did Khalil Mack go to IR? Is he?
Khalil Mack's not. He has not gone to IR, but he's not playing this week. He's out for this.
He's
week,
definitely not playing. Okay.
Yeah, but Robert Quinn is back, so he's been the best Bear on defense this season. He was out because of COVID protocols, but he's apparently good to go. So this has all the makings. This is how I described it in my I do a segment every week called 3 Things to Watch, and I said it's 2 struggle buses on a collision course at Soldier Field. Let's see. Will there be any impact when they actually meet? Because they're struggling, obviously, as buses. It's not like they're going 60. This isn't speed. It's can they get up to 60 miles per hour, or was it 55 miles per hour in the movie?
Yeah, I'd argue Chicago's not out of it though.
No,
this game's important. This
game out of a playoff spot. Literally,
this game's really important for both teams. This kind of feels like I heard Kyle Madson say this on his podcast. This is like a win or go home game. Like you could start looking ahead to some other things. This more specifically for the 49ers because they're just in terrible shape, and that division is so good. But look at the Bears right now sitting at 3-4, and this is a team. I told Kenny this weeks ago, I hate this game for the San Francisco 49ers. Absolutely hate it.
Yeah, you gotta like it. Go ahead, James.
There's not even really, like we were talking about trap games for the Kings going into New Orleans. You're done with that if you're the 49ers. I mean, they just can't get over the hump, and you've got teams like Seattle that are totally struggling in their division. There's an outside shot here that you could wake up and start stringing some stuff together, but I just don't know that they can do that. And you talked about Matt Nagy and Shanahan. Like, I'm almost ready to put them in the same boat. Like, I'm not sure that either one of them has a complete control over what's happening. And I look at Brandon Ayuk and I'm like, hands are up in the air. Like, how could you mismanage this situation so bad? So I really think it's interesting to see these two teams at this junction because they're both a mess.
I'll tell you the one difference, the glaring difference to me between Matt Nagy and Kyle Shanahan. Take a look at those contracts and see who's got more time left. That's the biggest difference. Matt Nagy could be gone at the end of the season, where I don't think Kyle Shanahan's going anywhere unless they literally go 2 and whatever.
Yeah.
Is Matt Nagy good? Like, I know, I don't mean that to be a loaded question. I don't think he's
good at speaking.
I don't think Matt Nagy's a good coach. I have my feelings about Kyle Shanahan. He has something to prove to me. But Matt Nagy, I didn't understand the thing with Andy Dalton. I didn't understand why they went in that direction. I mean, I'm just constantly left scratching my head every time I read or see something that he did. You don't have to say anything bad about him. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to.
Calling plays to start the season. Last year he called plays, and that was bad. And when he tried to call plays this season, it took him way too long to relinquish the play calling duties he should never have had. He needs to be more of a team CEO and less of I'm an offensive guy, under Andy Reid. Bruh, you ain't Andy Reid. I think that's something we can all say with certainty.
They have some good looking young talent though. Like I love watching their running back. I love Mooney. Like they have talent. They just don't seem to know how to functionally use it. And again, like watching Fields, it's like watching young Lamar Jackson. Like he just can't decide if he's going to run or throw every single time he drops back. And so he gets caught in the middle. And so the whole thing just kind of looks like a mess, but I'd almost rather throw a guy in like that than do what the Niners are doing, where they just won't go to the young guy. Even they're pretending like they're still going to be good, and they just won't go to the young guy and let him kind of get his lumps like what Fields is getting. Because at the end of the day, I think one of them will develop a lot faster than the other.
Yeah, I hated Kyle's excuse too. We didn't just draft him to fix this year. He's our quarterback for the future. Like, yeah, you probably could have done both. Like, you didn't have to keep riding with Jimmy Garoppolo and opening up for nothing. Like, Jimmy, I sort of understood. Like, okay, you essentially you're giving Jimmy Garoppolo the opportunity to fail. Marshall with Chicago, Andy Dalton, I didn't get that at all. Andy Dalton has gotten more than enough opportunities to fail.
Yeah, I mean, I get both points. I think both coaches were trying to do the same type of thing with their veteran quarterbacks. It's just people here are like, well, what Andy Dalton is. Let's go ahead and just jumpstart Justin Fields, because it seems like, well, you're coaching to try to win and trying to avoid Justin Fields taking his lumps. But guess what? One way or another, Justin Fields is going to take some lumps. Rookie quarterbacks take lumps. You guys remember when Troy Aikman was a rookie quarterback? You remember when you could just go down a list of naming guys. Peyton Manning was a rookie quarterback.
But no one operates off that anymore.
It's the NFL. It's not college anymore.
But everyone thinks they can do everyone thinks they could do the Patrick Mahomes thing.
Yeah, I think Mahomes has ruined it for everybody. I mean, because they let him sit there behind Alex Smith for a season and really and get developed, and then once they unleashed him, it was crazy. But there are so many times where we've seen young quarterbacks just take their lumps, get through it, and move on. And it's kind of like what you're talking about with Andy Dalton. The Niners knew exactly what Jimmy Garoppolo is. He's just not that good. Even when they were good, he was more of a game manager. He's more of a guy that hits short passes, like what you're talking about, the 1-yard pass. And then he airmails a bunch of balls. It's just not perfectly clean. He's a sort of a pocket passer that doesn't really fit the style that they're doing. I don't know. I almost wish that the Niners would have moved on from a guy like Garoppolo and then brought in a guy like Andy Dalton, because then at least that whose team it is. It's one guy's team going forward. Now you're kind of still caught in the middle where, if Lance gets the ball, it's because your quarterback's so bad that it wasn't that you were waiting to develop. It's like, well, our season's slipping away because we went with a guy who wasn't very good. I'd almost rather know that, look, this guy is only here for the first 3 to 4 games, and then he's handing it over, and we're just kind of let the speed of the game. We'll throw Fields in here and there. We'll give him some looks, and then it's going to be his show at one point. And so I almost think that Nagy sort of listened too much to the outside noise and should have maybe gone with Dalton just a little bit further and then started peppering in Fields to let him grow into his role. So now we have sort of the worst of everything, where you wasted a couple of games, but at the same time, now Fields still isn't ready, and he's getting lit up and fumbling the ball all the time. So, I think there's a lot of ways to do this, but I don't think either one of these teams is really doing it the right way.
You want to talk about the inevitable NBA Finals that's approaching, Marshall? It is going to be your Chicago Bulls versus you guys had a loss today too. If you lost Patrick Williams for the season. Did I read that right? He's out for the whole year.
Yeah, he's probably gone for the regular. It's a 4 to 6 month recovery after surgery, which he's getting shortly.
Good.
And so he could be back for playoffs or possibly, I guess, in theory, regular season, but it's a pretty debilitating injury to his left wrist. And it's just unfortunate because the Bulls look great. I mean, even in losing last night to the Knicks, they just look like every team. What's hilarious to me about DeMar DeRozan is everyone knocks DeMar DeRozan because he doesn't fit like today's game, allegedly, until they need a DeMar DeRozan on their team. You can't point to me a team that wouldn't take DeMar DeRozan on their team. Like, that's the point. In the half court, he can get it done. And whether it's the Kings or the Bulls or the Sixers, everybody could use a guy like that on their team because of what he can do as a creator.
Yeah, that and his mid-range jumper is still elite. And when every other team in the league doesn't use a mid-range jumper at all, it almost creates this thing where you have to game plan specifically for him. Or if you forget to game plan for him, he's just going to light you up. Because he lives in an area where like maybe 3 or 4 players in the league live at this point. And so he's really, really intriguing to me. And hey, I think that there's a trade in the making here. We could, with Patrick Williams going down, I think Marvin Bagley for Derrick Jones Jr. would make a ton of sense for both teams.
Marshall, can you get this done?
The issue with that, James, is the Bulls, they do need size. Not arguing that. But they need size that can play defense.
Yeah, that's
okay. True. And that's where the issue comes with
Marvin,
because he's never been.
No. Marvin got really good since you left. He's got really good. You haven't been here. He's got really good since you left.
He's going on
here. Playing time when someone gets in foul trouble, that kind of good. Like I get to play when someone gets in foul trouble. That kind of good.
Not even.
He's more of a specialty niche player than he ever was.
No, not even that. He got a weird 10 minutes in the home opener and hasn't been seen since. Which I'm still wondering, like, what? How did he? Like, I guess that was the that was the game Mo Harkless was out, right?
Yeah, it was a Mo Harkless game. But that would be my point. The Kings, I thought they should have been the one that traded for Derrick Jones Jr. in the offseason. They need one more of that type of guy. We talked about Alfaro Camino, who is a free agent. Like, that's that type of long, athletic guy that even if you don't need him for 10 minutes a game right now, if you do lose Mo Harkless or if Harrison Barnes misses time, you're going to need that guy, and they don't have him. They don't have another guy on the roster like him. So that's why I've circled Derrick Jones, and the Kings tried to sign him last summer, not this summer that we just got done with, but the previous one. Yeah, the Kings were one of 3 teams that got a call with him, and he just chose Portland over the Kings.
I just have one question about the current Kings because I have a fantasy basketball team that has 2 Kings on the roster. One is doing very well, and the other is underperforming. What's going on? Because I have Rashawn Holmes. I know what's going on with him.
There were only 2 it could be. It was either Rashawn or Harrison. That was probably the only
No. The other one I have is De'Aaron Fox, and I need to know what's going on with him because he has not been it from a just statistical standpoint. I've only seen like 1 Kings game.
Yeah, I think he's trying to figure out how all these pieces fit together. He's the guy who's got the ball in his hands. He's the guy who's responsible for getting guys like Buddy Hield or Tyrese Halliburton or Terrence Davis or Davion Mitchell set up and going. And so I think he struggled with when he should hit the gas and should be the guy and when other guys should. And then I think sometimes he hits the gas and it's with the wrong lineup. This isn't the lineup that you should be hitting the gas with because you don't have all the shooters that you had on the court maybe 3 minutes earlier. And so I think he's just trying to find himself a little bit. Just the roles have changed. There's a lot of new new rotational pieces, 3 or 4 guys new in the rotation. And when you're running like a 8.5, 9-man rotation, that does actually impact things. He'll be fine. I don't do anything silly like like trade him from your fantasy team.
I'm not.
No, he'll be fine.
It's week 2. James, I'm waiting it out. Look, all I would ask is that he just hits the gas 100 all the time, because for fantasy purposes, that's all I need. Is him just do what he does.
And I think there's a rule in fantasy basketball: never draft a king. I think that's actually a rule. Like that's your bad, Marshall. That's all I gotta say. That's your bad.
He was like, what's funny about that is it was like the 4th round, and he was like literally by far the best player available, and it was just like I can't not.
Yeah. He's a stat stuffer.
I love that the league was collectively like, nah. He averaged 27 and 8, 25 and 8. We'll just let him sit there. We'll let him sit there. That's a damn shame. That is such a shame. I mean, obviously it's Bulls, Kings, NBA Finals. That Bulls team's legit. Like, they were a darling pick this offseason. You've gotten a chance to be around them pretty closely. Are you really feeling this team so far?
Yeah. I was gonna put in on the over for the wins total, and the good money on winning the division also, because like such a good value with Milwaukee in their division. But I didn't do it because I don't gamble, but I wanted to. And I just think here's what I think. I think Lonzo Ball is one of the most underrated players in the NBA, because the Pelicans try to make him into some kind of 3-and-D guy. Now he's a point guard doing point guard things. And I'm not saying he's better than LaMelo Ball in terms of potential, but I think he can run a team. And have you seen him shoot? Do you remember how he used to shoot? He looks like a guy who can make a shot, and he's been making shots at a high rate. They were leading the league in 3-point percentage as a team going into last night's game against the Knicks. So I really just like the Lonzo Ball addition. And then Alex Caruso just comes in doing Alex Caruso-y things, and they look really good, but they're undersized. So that's like the big thing. They're undersized. Like Zach LaVine looks better than I've seen him look in his entire career. Like, there's this endless question, who's better between LaVine and Book, right? That's like the thing. And I've always been team LaVine. I was just like, LaVine's got trash around him in years prior, but I think this is the year where people are going to be like, I think Zach LaVine is better than Devin Booker. But hey, I'm not trying to start any fights. That's my personal opinion.
That sounds like he's trying to start a fight.
Yeah, Marshall's good for that. He'll start an argument, then dip out and
I'm like,
out. That was a great visual for the radio crowd, by the way. That was a great visual from Marshall.
You're supposed to describe and be like, if you were with us on Twitch, you would have got to see that.
Well, that's why you got to go check out twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. That's why you got to subscribe to the channel and like the videos so you can see Marshall Harris's antics when he joins us live from Chicago. I'm even getting messages from Cody Stark here. Cody on TV. He says, hi, Marshall. Everybody sending their love for Marshall Harris here.
I miss Cody. I miss that whole crew. They did a whole Brady Bunch themed Halloween thing for Good Day Sacramento, and I was like, that looks like fun. I love fun.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It looks like you're having quite a bit of fun out there in Chicago.
I got no complaints. I'm good. I just miss my peoples. That's the thing. When people move from one job to another, whatever city to city, it's not the job itself you miss. It's the people. It's the people. The people make everything. And that's outside of work. That's just in life. People make everything. It's all about, my dad used to tell me all the time, it's all about relationships. I'm glad I got good relationships with the 2 men I'm on the screen with right now. And I didn't have to deal with Kenny today. We're good.
I love Chicago. I mean, that's such a great city.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cold, but man, it's a
don't bring that over here, James. Don't bring that over here right now. We're ignoring the cold. So it's been like in the 60s, which is like colder, but it's fine. It's fall weather. Now next week, it's a couple of days where like the high is in the
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh,
where our high is your low. If you get my drift, like that's when it's bad.
I've been to Chicago where that low, where that high is low, like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good on that. But Chicago
will get you, and they call it the Windy City for a reason. That's the 2 things you need to know about Chicago.
Is the TV station? Is it downtown? Is it in the?
It's downtown. It's like literally, I'm looking outside right now, and we're downtown.
So you in the heart of the city, man. You live in the good life. No wonder you a model now. No wonder you wearing a tie and a fitted suit, and no wonder you out there with every famous journalist on the planet. Oh, just out having dinner on a Wednesday. Like, oh man, He went from.
Let me live, Damian. Let me.
Man,
I would have dinner with you now. COVID restrictions are lessened, right, in California. When I was there, remember the last year and a half I was there, it was COVID. Like
we saw each other all of once for like a year and a half, and it was the day before you left. Yeah,
and I appreciate you coming out for that. I really do.
Of course. It's been fun, man. It's been fun watching you cover the Sky. I had a blast watching you the Chicago Sky Championship parade. And like you get days off there, or is it just nonstop?
Yeah, I'm off the next 2 days. I'm actually going out of town the next 2 days. I'm good. I'm okay. I get weekends off.
Okay.
Weekends off.
Wow.
What? That's a new concept. Because you know Sundays used to be like dicey. Damian's been to work with me on a Sunday.
Sundays for you people still very much are like that. It's just your people that are here. There's a lot less of them. There used to be more. I was telling you, it was Marshall that brought me into TV. It was Marshall and Joe and Sarah. And then it was Marshall and Sarah. And now it's Sarah. And then that's it. So
I love Sarah and Miss Sarah. I know she's holding down the fort. She's doing her thing.
It's like I never
consolidation. Yeah. We need some because Sean lost his partner. He lost Lena
same time.
Yes,
and so it's tight. Like it's a lot of people are looking over the other one and saying, okay, what's it going to take to get him to jump over here or them to go over there? It's a little bit squirrely here in Sacramento with the media coverage, and we're seeing less and less. That's what I love when you and Joe and Sarah like all formed. Like your station never had a presence at Kings practice or Kings games, and then all of a sudden you guys were like a news team assemble, and you were there, and that was it's good. Like having more voices, having more people to ask questions. I hate going to shoot around and like it's 2 camera guys and me asking 6 questions, and they all have the video, and I'm sitting there like, okay, no one else is going to ask anything. So it is missed. I miss having more of you guys around. I miss Marshall. Marshall's a good guy to have around.
I appreciate that, James. I miss you guys both, and I do miss Sacramento. There's a lot of good things about Sacramento that I miss. And
you can
in a couple of months, it's going to be extra that I miss those things.
You'll miss them a lot more. When it's 70 degrees on Christmas Day here in Sacramento. Yeah, you'll miss it for sure. You can grab the new issue of GQ magazine. I believe that's the one that Marshall Harris is on the cover of. If not, just scroll your newsstands. Marshall Harris is inevitably on the cover of one of, if not all of those magazines. We miss you, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with us a little bit. We'll come back. We'll talk some more here on this 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear. My man.
Thanks for having me, Damian. I appreciate it. Good to see you.
We appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for jumping in.
Keep doing your thing. I saw you got your new thing up.
Thanks for sharing that out.
Promoted it. Yeah, I'll make sure everybody sees that. You guys are both doing your thing and killing it, and proud to say I've seen it all develop in real time. So keep doing what you're doing, man. If you need me to come on and talk when the Bulls play the Kings those 2 times a year or whatever,
you already know.
On. Next time, tell Kenny to stop being scared. I don't bite.
I'll tell him.
He ducked you.
My words will be biting for him, but I don't bite. No physical harm will come to that man. It's cool.
It's like Zion is ducking Fox, and Kenny ducked you today. So
that's what it is.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. All right, I got to get back to it. I'm going to lead at 5. So, or I'm sorry, in the A block at 5. So I will holler at you guys later. All right.
Thank you, brother. Fun stuff, man.
He's a good dude.
He is living that life in Chicago. That is the perfect spot for him. The perfect spot. Oh man.
We'll get a flow. That's the first time we've done that situation where
I think he had a delay too. Like I noticed when his eyes were moving across the screen. I think he had a setup like on his audio wrong that he corrected during when I said the Patrick Mahomes thing, and then that's when I feel like he settled in and everything was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why there was that silence, and like he was trying to be like cool and not note that there was something wrong, but I could just see him fiddling with his screen, and that's good. That's fine. Kyle will jump on later. He won't be on as long as he normally is. He'll just be on 10 minutes to talk about the 49ers a little bit more. And then you and I will finish out more with we'll talk more Kings game tonight. And then when we go to commercial, that'll be about 3:13. You go to the press conference.
Sweet. Yep. My God.
So thanks for doing this. I really wasn't sure if you wanted to do a full show or not. So
anytime you need me, man, just hit me up. And it doesn't even matter if it's last second. It's fine. Yeah.
Awesome,
as
man.
long as
Thank
I'm
you.
around, and I can throw up the laptop, I can figure it out.
Okay. Good stuff. So we'll just go back to Kings here. Oh, I know what I wanted to bring here since you don't have the rundown. I wanted to bring up the Wizards. Wizards playing really well. Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, those Lakers are playing really, really well for them. And Quinton's not going to be on with us, so it'll just be us rolling through here.
Okay. Yeah, I had Jerry Reynolds on a podcast that went up this morning. And
it did go up. Okay, I saw you tweet about it. It hadn't posted yet, so I didn't get a chance to listen.
Yeah, it was probably like 11:30 when it actually posted, which I love Jerry. Just such a good dude. So anyway, there was a reason why I was bringing him up. We were in a discussion about something, which is one of the topics that you were just bringing up. Just where the Kings are at, so I think they're not in a bad spot, and just super impressed with some of the things they're doing. And I think there's a ton of room to grow and stuff like that. So not a bad spot to be in.
I don't think so. I don't think so either.
Unless you lose, and then it's a bad spot to be in.
Very, very accurate. Very, very accurate. Oh, good. Deuce is going to be on with Morgan and Matt tonight, man. That's good stuff for him.
Oh, really? He's going to be on pre?
Yeah, hang on one second. We're coming back here. KC's out today, but I'm happy to be joined by my man James Ham, 1320 Kings insider James Ham, who launched the Kings Beat yesterday. If you don't follow James Ham on social media, but what am I talking about? You're a Kings fan. You definitely follow James Ham on social media. Check out his new website. And I know you were telling me just moments ago, new podcast dropped, the Kings Beat podcast. This one, conversation with your buddy Jerry Reynolds.
Yeah. Like Jerry and I are close. We've like getting to drive Jerry to and from the city a bunch of times, like I did with Doug for a long time. You just get to know each other, differently. Just one of the best basketball people you're ever going to run into. Just such a sweetheart of a guy. Him and Gary Gerald are both two of the most just authentic people you're ever going to run into. But also, Jerry's he's seen it all. And we did talk about, the Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, Buddy Hield trade that did not happen. I think we did it off camera though, off the audio. And this Kings team could have looked very different. And I think it would have been, a nice, exciting change. And now we're seeing other teams have great success with it, and other teams that aren't having good success with their decisions that they made in that trade, which I don't think anyone is really upset about at all.
Not
and then
here.
Also, not at all. And then Jerry and I, we spent a lot of time on the business of basketball conversation of the pod, where we talked about just the draft process, bringing in players, what you're looking for. Jerry said that one of his favorite things to do with players is to go pick them up from the airport and kind of get them to, you get the bags in the car and you get them to relax and just hang out with you in the car and to try to get to know players better. So yeah, really good stuff there about just the draft process and, all the misses the Kings had and all the conversations that went on behind the scenes. The Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jeff Petrie love was real, and the Kings missed there, just like they missed on Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum. And Klay Thompson and Kawhi Leonard and all those guys.
Everyone, James, just say everyone.
Just everyone.
Everyone excepted the guy who debuted at the Arco Arena 18 years ago today. They didn't have a shot at that guy, but they had a shot at virtually everybody else.
Yeah, just about everyone.
So Sean told now you got me diving into all of these different like story time ideas. So let me jot this down about LeBron for a second. But I want to stay with the draft thing. You mentioned the Petrie love for Giannis Antetokounmpo, and we Kings fans. I think at least once a year the picture circulates. I think it's Dame Lillard in a Kings jersey when he was working out. There's probably a couple of those in existence. Giannis in particular, though, perhaps more than Dame. Maybe you could put Steph in this conversation. It's not as simple as, if the Kings drafted Giannis Antetokounmpo, we'd have Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like, sure, you might, but we might not have the guy who won the MVP for 2 years and took his team to the NBA Finals last season. Like, he developed in a major way in Milwaukee. Like, this was a 12-point per, like 6 points per game, 12 points per game, 13 points per game, and then he turned into this Greek freak as he got dubbed. Like, he didn't come into the league to, again, make the LeBron James compare. He didn't come into the league like LeBron did. No. He was very different. He had to develop in Milwaukee. And I always ask the question, would these guys have gotten the opportunity to develop in Sacramento? With Steph Curry, remember Steph had the ankle, and he signed the greatest contract, I believe, in the history of professional sports because he signed it, or at least team-wise. He signed it and exploded the next year. Would the Kings have even signed that deal coming out of his rookie? Where they would have been, it's too big of a risk. We're going to move on from him. Like, we always make it as simplistic as this player was drafted after the Kings selected. He just would have been that here. I never believe it's that simple.
No, it's you're right. It's never that simple. And I mean, to your point, the Kings did draft Ben McLemore, I think, with the 8th overall pick in the draft where Giannis went like 16. And the Kings, like, everything I had heard was they were going to draft CJ McCollum. They brought him in for a third workout, like 3 or 4 days before the draft. Like, he thought he was going to Sacramento, but you have to remember that's the transfer of ownership that happens right there. So Petrie is there, but he's there all the way up until like 2 weeks before the draft when they just like Pete D'Alessandro and co just like ixnayed like one of the great GMs in basketball history and sent him, to the sidelines. And, at that point, like, we've heard like multiple times that there was like a Giannis Antetokounmpo like dossier that Petrie had gone over to Greece a couple of times to watch him play. Like, that the Kings had a lot of interest, but even still, I'll tell you, like, that transfer right there was weird, and who knew what was going to happen. And then Ben McLemore didn't succeed. He was in this situation that Giannis would have been in, and he didn't succeed at all. Never found his way. So maybe he would have, maybe he wouldn't have, but you have a head coach in Michael Malone that year, and then like 20 something games into the next season, they just fired him out of nowhere. You go through 3 coaches, Ty Corbin, George Karl. So, it's very possible that a guy like Giannis could have been lost in the shuffle. And so it's probably, I know it's hard to say this, but it's probably better for him that he didn't get caught up in the mess that was Sacramento at that time.
And, we were talking about this with De'Aaron earlier too, before you jumped on, James. And that's, so many guys have been drafted here as like, okay, you're the guy to come in and fix everything. And I do think to a certain degree, like you're the guy, you're the face, like you're everything. Whereas I think one major positive, outside just the players in general and how they've been so far with Tyrese and Davion is, you're coming in to help the team win. Davion, you're coming. Yeah, you'll be a focal point, but you're not here to save anything. You're not here to single-handedly turn anything around. We're not putting the weight of the organization on you. We're just drafting you. Like, that's the way normal drafts are. We're just drafting you. And with so many of these other, cases, like that's just not the case sometimes with Kings picks.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the Fox draft very specifically, they also, when they drafted Fox, they signed George Hill to a 3-year, like $57 million contract, like with the intention.
How'd that go?
Yeah, that didn't go well at all. Like, that's happened so many times though in Sacramento, like, because I'm like in that locker room and I know a lot about what's happening behind the scenes. There have been countless players that get to Sacramento. They take the big money because, the Kings premium, right? You got to pay to get somebody in Sacramento. And then they just get there and they're like, oh, this isn't what I expected. And it's like, well, what did you expect? Like, they paid you a lot of money to shoot the 3-pointer, Marco Bellinelli. You can't just stop being able to hit the 3-pointer because you got traded to Sacramento. And nobody wants to hear that you only want passes from Rondo and not from Darren Collison. Nobody wants to hear that. Just shoot the basketball, just play, So like, I think a lot of times the Kings get a bad rap for bringing in players that you hope will work out, or you bring in veterans to help get a team over the top, and then it doesn't work out at all. But a lot of times it's strictly on the player. Those guys, there are a lot of players that get to a place where even, like a Dwayne Dedmon, where the pressure of all of a sudden it's easy to score whatever, to grab rebounds, to hit 3-pointers when you're making, $3 million a year. You're almost in obscurity regardless of where you're at in the league. Once you start making $13 million a year, there are expectations. And we could even look at De'Aaron Fox right now and say, is he struggling with the fact that his contract just went from 8.5 to 28.5, that extra 20 million, and he's even said it, he's like, I felt it last year, like to take that big step. Is he feeling that even more? And even if he didn't feel it coming into game 1 or game 2, did he start feeling it once things started to go wrong, once the 3-pointer wasn't, settling in? And so that's where you kind of, it's way more complex than just, you have a team, you're trying to build it, and then all of a sudden one guy falls off or one guy's a face. Out of all the guys that they drafted, I would say that Fox, since the Cousins era, is the one guy that very specifically was a defining player for the style of play that you would have moving forward. So, like, it doesn't matter, like, you just look at even Marvin Bagley. The reason why they draft Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic is because Luka doesn't fit the style of play that they knew Fox could play. They wanted to play up tempo. So while he's not the savior of the franchise and he wasn't there in year 1, he was the identity of the franchise from almost the moment that they got him. So I think you're right. The guys that are lining up now it's a lot easier to come into the league and say, okay, I'm a complementary piece. How do I fit? As opposed to guys who, like a Marvin per se, who still probably thinks that, he has a shot to be an all-star level player. And he hasn't figured out that in order to do that, he needs to settle into a role and then be really good in that role and be an all-star in that role. And then maybe your role gets to increase down the road if things work out.
I have 2 things I want to mention. One, you mentioned Marvin. Did you hear? Someone told me Marvin Sr., Team Bagley, or I guess it would be Marvin Jr. Sorry, Marvin Jr. Marvin Bagley's dad.
Coach Bagley.
Thank you. Was actively cheering the Phoenix Suns on Wednesday. Did you? I heard that. I was like, yep, that sounds like he in the arena just actively rooting for the Phoenix Suns in a Bagley jersey that was on backwards. So the Kings were in the back and Bagley was in the front.
Well, that says everything, right?
Oh.
So like, you'll see soccer players when they celebrate, the me guys like point at the back of their jersey, the team guys pat their heart for the team. And to me, that's the ultimate sign of who that guy is. Like, and again, I don't want to get caught up in that's who Marvin is. That's who his dad is. And
sure.
So like, look, I mean, he goes by Coach Bagley, and I don't remember him coaching a college team or you know, like if you're an AAU coach, I mean, like he's like
Specifically,
the maestro.
Sam, you ain't coached me.
Yeah,
So-
he's like the maestro on Seinfeld. It's like he just walks around like everyone has to call him the maestro. Like, yeah, you're like, wait, what? Like,
I get that reference.
I like to be called the maestro. It's like, oh, okay. Well, like, I mean, I don't like, you don't walk around saying like, I am the voice of 1320. That's what I prefer to be called. You know, just call me the voice. You know, that's like, you don't ask for that. So it's
punch me if
strange.
I ever do.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing, right?
Like,
like you don't get into, if you got into this business to get famous, then you made a mistake, because the only way for that to happen is for you to do something really stupid. The job is to work hard and to make a name for yourself, not get famous, make a name for yourself as someone who people can trust and rely on and stuff like that. That like, it almost seems like he got in the business of raising kids so he could have a platform to yell and scream and wear jerseys backwards and say stuff on social media.
Not the ideal reason to be a parent there.
No, to each his own. And I'm not saying he's a bad dad, because like I've heard that, like, I mean, I know Marvin, like he's a great kid. And I think all the Bagley kids are really, really good kids. So like, I just think that this is a personality flaw in him that stands out, that like, just let your kid fail or succeed. Just let it happen.
Or don't make it worse. Like,
yeah,
you know, if you got to keep that stuff off social, keep that stuff out of your son's employer's way. Keep that stuff behind the scenes.
Who does it hurt? I mean,
his son.
It hurts his son, but like, let's be honest, Marvin, even if he never earns another contract ever again, is going to have, you know, he will have made like over $30 million. The one it really hurts is Marcus, who not only did they put in the draft and pull out of the draft, which is fine, but they also put him in the transfer portal and pull him out of the transfer portal. Like that's, do you think that, like, again, if Marcus is a early second round pick or a late first round pick, do you think the teams that are looking at him are going to do the research and go, okay, do we want to mess with that? Do we want that as part of what he brings to the team? And unfortunately, that is part of what he brings. So it's one thing when you're the number 2 overall pick. It's a whole nother thing when you're the 25th overall pick or the 31st pick in the draft. Now how you're looked at is totally different, and no one is going to want to take on the baggage that comes with like being a later pick. And that's too bad, because I actually, he's got a great NBA body. He is a 3-and-D wing that could really be successful. As far as Marcus, I think he could really be successful in the league, but got to back up and let him fail or succeed and find his way.
Did he stay at Arizona?
He's at Arizona State, right? With Bobby Hurley.
I was at Arizona State. Okay. You're listening to,
yeah.
He's in the state of Arizona. We can settle on that. He's definitely in the state of Arizona. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Kenny Caraway out today. James Ham, kind enough to hang out with me here today. The conversation has moved on. I don't want to go too far, but you said something that got my attention, and if there's anyone I trust to clear this up, it's you, because I've always had an opinion about this. The conversation, for those who are just tuning in, started with, Kings missed draft picks came up as we were talking about. Really, it actually started with the Washington Wizards and how they're feeling about the acquisition from the Los Angeles Lakers. And then, we kind of, the conversation kind of got into draft picks and Petrie liking Giannis and all of this different stuff. But you brought up George Hill and the contract he signed that the year that De'Aaron was drafted. And I remember George Hill got a lot of heat with Kings fans because and please correct me if I'm wrong, Dave Yeager was the coach. They essentially shut everything down like with half the season left. And there's going to be a shift in philosophy, and I think Garrett Temple was here, and we're going to play the younger guys and all of this different stuff. And George Hill was like, yeah, this isn't what I signed up for. This isn't what I wanted to do. And Kings fans killed him for it. Whereas I thought, yeah, of course it's not what he wants to do. Like, he wants to play. Like, he wants to be out there trying to help the team compete and win. And I thought he was unfairly beat up for that.
Yeah, I remember it slightly different because
Okay.
I remember sort of even me and Katie on a pregame show kind of going at it a bit about this. And it was early in the season. In George's defense, if I remember correctly, he had 3 deaths in the family early in the season. And so that kind of set him a little off kilter. It pulled him away from the team a couple of times. It made him like he wasn't really like in there doing a lot of like extra stuff with the team because there was some distractions, some personal issues. And like, again, super unfortunate. I just remember that like he had to leave and come back a couple of times. He was done way before the Kings shifted philosophy, because I think it was probably the last 20 games of the season where they sat Zebo, they sat Costa, they sat the veterans and said, hey, look, we're going to go with the young guys to finish this thing up. But before that, and maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like that might have been the year that Scalabrine had like a really big finish to the year. Anyway, like George Hill, they were looking at this like, oh no, I think his contract was something like, I want to say it was 20 and then 19 and then like a team option for 17 or 18, something like that. And so they were looking at the next season and going, oh no, we've got him on the hook. We're on the hook for like $19 million with this guy for next year. And I think it was 20, 19 and 18. So it was 57 million. They were luckily able to roll him at the deadline. And that's how they got him on Shumpert, if I'm not mistaken. And then the next season they were able to take Zebo's contract, where they did tell Zebo at the beginning of the season, hey, look, you're not playing. Like you come in, you hang out anytime you want, but there's no reason you don't need to be here. And then they ended up trading Zebo and Justin Jackson for Harrison Barnes' contract midway through the season. But I even believe like that George Hill was traded way early. Like he was traded in January because it was just like, look, this isn't working out. And he was disenchanted. The Kings were disenchanted. And when he was on the court, he didn't even like seem engaged. And, he's gone on to like, I didn't think a lot of people said like, he didn't even really want to sign the contract with the Kings, that he was almost ready to retire then, but he keeps playing. Like he's a outdoorsman. He loves to hunt and fish. And that's one of the reasons why he came to Sacramento, is like, because there's a lot of hunting and fishing in the area and he was excited about that. But I think he was almost ready to transition out of the league then. And the fact that he was still around last season was kind of a surprise.
God bless him. He's made $112 million in his career.
That's a lot. Yeah. When did he get traded? Do you have that up?
He was traded in, he was only here was it 2017, 18?
He wasn't even here the year.
Yeah. I mean, it has him as one season in Sacramento. He hits Milwaukee after that.
He was traded to Cleveland, where things didn't work out. Like, while Cleveland was in a title run.
Yeah,
Yeah. And let's see, as part of a 3-team trade. Oh, yeah. See, I'm right. He was actually traded he was traded on February 8th. So like a couple of weeks before, we got to training camp and stuff. And the Kings took on Iman Shumpert and got a 2nd round pick. And that's about it. Yeah. It was part of a bigger trade, but yeah, it was one of those deals where, they bailed out pretty early on him. And I think it was best for everyone involved. But my point, like when I was on the broadcast with Katie, was like, she was saying, he's got some personal issues and, this wasn't really the role he thought he was getting into. And my point was like, you took the money. When you take the money, you got to play. You're getting paid $20 million to play basketball. Go out there and for 48 minutes or 22 minutes or whatever you're going to play, just give me what you got. Like, I know things are tough. You got some distractions. give me what you got. And that's, I didn't think that that's what they got. Plus, although I will say this, like De'Aaron Fox said, he was a very good mentor. Like they worked behind the scenes together. They had lots of conversations, and he was a good mentor to Fox.
That's the thing. I've never heard a bad thing about George Hill.
Yeah, I don't think he's a bad guy. Like, I just think he got himself into a situation. And he's not the first one, and he won't be the last one.
It was like Sacramento does something to some of these guys. But still, George Hill, a better deal than Dwayne Dedman was. Because you talked about abandoning ship with George Hill. You abandoned ship on Dwayne Dedman in damn near record fashion.
Yeah, but they were able to get out from underneath that one, too.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I always love, like the Ken Catanella, his impact on the Kings franchise is so oddly like forgotten in what he does. Like all of these 2-year deals with a 3rd-year option are Ken, the 2-year deal with the 2nd year being an option, so even if someone says we're going to overpay a Trevor Ariza or, name that guy that the Kings overpay, like they always have Ken on the back end going, okay, we can overpay, but we're going to have like a $2.2 million buyout on the last year. Like there's always something. And the crazy stat, the only player, I think in like the last decade, the only player to finish out a free agency deal in Sacramento that was more than 2 seasons, there's only one, and it's Kosta Koufis. No other player has finished out a free agent deal that was longer. Like your own free agents, yes, but other free agents, no one ever. Like
Rashawn was only 2.
Yeah, Yogi Ferrell like finished out his 2 years. Rashawn finished out his 2. No other player finished out their free agent deals at all.
Wow.
So, even guys like Zebo, guys like Marco Bellinelli, everyone was traded. And so it just worked out that way time and time again, that you moved off of guys because they got here and they're like, this isn't what I expected. So that's where you hear this word culture. It's like, hey, you have to change the culture of your franchise. You have to make it where people want to be there. They want to stay. You're seeing Harrison Barnes, which, I mean, at this point, if I'm the Kings, I'm looking around and I'm saying, okay, what does the CBA say? When can I extend him? That's what I was just about to ask you. Yeah. About a Harrison Barnes extension. That's what we'll come back. We'll talk about. I think Kyle Matson's going to join us. He might not. Like, I think he is. It might be later. We might talk 49ers football. I'm not really sure. It's a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen in the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And if he doesn't, I'll just keep asking James questions and get some really cool stories about the Sacramento Kings as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Kyle mentioned he's stuck in traffic, so I think he's coming on. He's just going to be a little bit late. Okay. Whatever we got, we're just riding. Dude, it's Friday. We're just riding. I certainly can do I can talk football if you want to talk football. Honestly, the Niners are just so disappointing. Like it's such a tough thing because I think especially because the Kings play today, I really do feel like this city, especially those who listen to sports talk radio, are about the Kings. And I'm not, I think there's certainly 49ers fans, people who want to hear about the 49ers, even to a certain degree, like a little bit of the Raiders or the big A's story. But really, it's basketball. And that's just kind of something that we've learned here at ESPN, where we've really kind of watched viewing habits, watched tuning in habits. Like our Kings days are far bigger than our football days. So I never feel like, when we sign off, we didn't do the 49ers enough. Like I never feel that way. Okay, cool. No, yeah. I mean, the A's story is huge because that's crazy. That's a freaking domino. And that's just not good. I almost feel like, I'll say this, like, I feel like the city of Oakland keeps pushing forward, and they just got the county on board. They just passed another vote. They keep pushing and pushing, and they're getting closer and closer and closer to the new stadium. And I just feel like that is not at all what the A's want. It's not what Major League Baseball wants. And so they're looking now like, well, how do we crush this? And so how do you crush it? It's pretty simple. You let Bob go. You trade Matt Chapman. You trade Matt Olson.
Jeez,
you give
man.
Laureano away for a bag of peanuts, and you thump this fan base again. And that's what it feels like is about to happen. Like, oh, here we go. Don't bring back Shamanaya. Don't bring back Frankie Montez, even though they're just on, what are they, arbitration eligible. Like, I just feel like we're at that point where, it's not, are you going to bring back Starling Marte or not? It's how bad is it going to be? How bad is the bomb that they're going to drop on their fan base yet again? And it's just, to me, it's so sad. It's sad because, people should absolutely like rally behind this team. They're an underdog story always. So, yeah.
We might bring that back. That is a pretty huge story. I'm gonna wait though till Kyle joins us because, like you, he's a big A's guy. I'm sure you know that already. Kyle's a big A's guy.
Yeah, I'm a huge A's guy.
So,
like yeah. I watch game like religiously, and yeah, I've been an A's fan since I was a little kid.
Yeah, that's just so crappy. That whole situation with them is just so bad.
Yeah,
so bad. Is being a Kings fan tougher than being an A's fan? It's being
no, the A's win,
not anymore.
But I don't know, man. Watching, like, you just wait for the stunning trade that just guts you. Like, that's the hard thing. It's like, they had a pitching staff. It was like Dan Heron and Gio Gonzalez, and then you just watch them like systematically destroy their fan base. Just trade, and most of them never work out. Like Josh Donaldson was like one of the few guys to ever work out. And yeah, like being a 49ers fan, I don't think it's tough because you're always good.
I think he means right now, probably just this year.
Frustration is one thing, but watching your team like decimate themselves is so hard to watch.
Yeah.
I think it's easier in Sacramento now because you're not watching that great talent come up through the River Cats. And so you do forget some of the talent they have, but they don't even have it now. They don't have the talent coming up. Like most of their talent is up in the bigs.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Kenny Caraway out today, but my man James Ham kind enough to spend his Friday afternoon with us. He'll be with us for about another hour. Then you got Kings Beat duties to attend to, as we've got an early start tonight with the 5 o'clock start in New Orleans. You'll be headed off again about an hour from now to be a part of Luke Walton's press conference. We do want to mention the Kings Beat, the website has launched. That's on all of our social media platforms. You could go see that, as well as the Kings Beat podcast. The newest episode with Jerry Reynolds came out today. So Kings fans, go subscribe wherever you get podcasts from, whether it's Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or the Odyssey app. Just search the Kings Beat and check out James Ham's new podcast there. You mentioned this right before the break. Kyle Matson's going to join us here at some point. He's dealing with Bay Area traffic. We'll let him into the party whenever he joins us. We'll talk some 49ers football, 49ers and Bears this weekend, and having two big Oakland A's fans on the screen, we might bring up the situation that played out yesterday for the Oakland A's. But you mentioned Harrison Barnes right before the break, and you was talking about the Kings should scour the CBA and figure out when they can offer him an extension. And offering guys an extension has become a running joke here on this show because Kenny often loses his damn mind with players, most recently Buddy Hield. But with Harrison, realistically, and it goes back to, Matt George tweeted he was working with the Utah Jazz radio crew at the home opener. And the radio crew was talking about, Harrison Barnes, he's going to have a lot of suitors at the trade deadline. He could be a key piece for a championship team. He's going to have a lot of people wanting him. I was like, the number one team that should want him is the Sacramento Kings. When can that extension go out? Is that realistic? Like, can you see Harrison Barnes playing here for another you just got done talking about guys not making it to the end of their contracts when they sign here. Can you see Harrison Barnes playing here for another 3 seasons, 4 seasons?
Yeah, I think we're at a situation where it kind of depends on where the Kings are at. If this thing completely falls apart and you're like, okay, we have no chance to be good this season. Like, if you know that by January, February, then you have to start coming to the realization that you don't want to waste a player's career. Like, this is the prime of Harrison Barnes. If the Kings have any shot, not just this year but of building something, then I just don't see it. I think that Harrison not only will play out this season, but will walk into the summer. And, if you're entering the final year of your contract, you can sign an extension. I think if you have under 2 years left on your deal, you can sign an extension. And so they could actually stack on a couple of years. And
I think Bradley Beal did that. I think that was one of Bradley Beal's most recent deals.
Yeah. So I think when we get to like February, like the first week of February, and you kind of know where this team is, then it's like, okay, like he's going to be worth gold. He still has a year left on his contract. It's a declining scale contract. I think it goes down to, I think it's either 18 or 17 million. And I could see the Kings doing something like a 3-year, $48 million extension where you kind of do the same thing. You give him a 17, a 16, a 15, and you kind of wrap him up for another 3 years. It takes him through his 31, 32, 33. I think he likes it here in Sacramento. I think he likes being close to the Bay Area because Brittany, his wife, has ties to the Bay Area. And so that helps. And he's a guy who likes to put down roots. And, they just had a little girl. I think her name is August, in August. And so I think we've come to the point in the program where Harrison Barnes he has the potential to be a Sacramento lifer, like what we used to see in the 2000s. And I think that's a good thing. He's such a stabilizing force for this franchise. And I say franchise, I don't say this team, because I think he brings so much more to the table and he means so much more to so many people as a whole. Like, the things he does in the community are just next level. The fact that he's he's one of the executive council members on the NBA's Players Association, that he's on, the NBA Cares, whatever they have their big donation platform. He's one of the high ranking members on that. Like, this is good people, and he's a culture builder. He's not the big noisy rah-rah guy, but somewhere along the way, he found himself here. And I don't mean like he turned around and like, how did I get to Sacramento? What I mean is, like, all of a sudden he's so much better. This is who he should have been throughout his career. And again, I was talking to Jerry earlier on the Kings Beat podcast, and Jerry said that he thinks that Harrison Barnes, for the first 8 or 9 years of his career, almost acquiesced to too many people and just kind of tried to fit in. And all of a sudden, he's been empowered. So whether that's Luke or whether that's someone else that's said, look, man, this is who we want you to be. Go be that guy. Then we're now seeing the fruits of that transformation. I mean, for a guy who, is 29 to it's not just 4 games. He did it all last season where he was so incredibly good, but the game winner was just that's the one that you're going to point to. But what about the 2 previous games where he was just absolutely nuts? I mean, how does a guy average 20 points per game in an entire NBA season and never have scored over 34 points a game at 34 points in one single game? So the opener, he put up 36. That was his career high.
It's crazy. Yeah.
And so I think it might be because he stepped into a Golden State Warriors team that was becoming great when he was really young, and he knew that he was behind as far as personality wise. He was always going to have to take a backseat to guys like Steph and Draymond, and I don't know about Clay, but other guys that were around that team, the David Wests, all those people that were there when he was coming up with the Warriors. And so I think he went to Dallas and kind of found his voice a little bit, but not really. He came to Sacramento, and all of a sudden it's this is who everyone thought you would be as a high school player. They all thought you'd be an all-star level player your entire career. And so I think it's cool. It's cool to watch because he is a good dude. And, you know, I'll say he's a good dude. He's a really good man.
Yeah.
And so I think there's like a distinction there where it's like, he's cool to, you know, to chat with and hang out with, but he's a really good man. And so I think it's good for him. I think it's cool to see somebody hit their potential, just like Rashawn Holmes has as well.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned Harrison not being a rah-rah guy, and that kind of comes on the heels of a conversation we were having with De'Aaron Fox. So about De'Aaron Fox. So I might hit you with an analogy that you don't understand. So as part of your being with ESPN 1320, like I'm going to help you understand this stuff. But back in the 80s, when wrestling was really popular, you had your Hulk Hogans and your Ultimate Warriors, and those were guys who were really loud. And let me tell you something, when they would talk, they'd be really, really loud, and you knew that they were there. But there was also Jake the Snake Roberts. And Jake the Snake Roberts had the ability to deliver a promo without yelling or screaming. But you got so used to the way that Jake talked that when he talked, you'd always want to listen. And so even if he's talking really down like this and he's telling you about what he's going to do to his opponent, sometimes you might find yourself like sliding closer to the television, or you might find yourself turning up, but you were listening.
Yeah.
That's what Harrison Barnes is to me. Harrison Barnes gets water dumped on him in the middle of a question from Morgan Reagan and Matt Barnes, takes his headphones off, wipes his head a little bit, puts the headphones back on, doesn't smile, doesn't do nothing, and answers the question.
Pro's pro.
Never breaks stride. That, like, he is just as smooth as composed, but you're always listening to what Harrison Barnes is saying.
Well, I was a Leapin' Lenny fan. So,
Leaping Lanny Poffo, yes, the brother of the Macho Man Randy Savage. That was
my guy when I was young, and you know, so yeah, I do know wrestling from then.
Okay,
and I agree. I understand what you're saying. Like, you know, sometimes you know the quiet guy who doesn't say that much, like his words mean more. And
exactly.
You know, like when he's in front of a camera, it's super professional.
Mm-hmm.
I've had some interaction with Harrison off camera, or like when we're setting up for an interview, or you know, or like we're waiting in a hotel room for him to show up while he's getting a manicure. Like we've had like interactions with him I've had interactions with him that are different. And it's weird because those are the interactions that, like, I think really separates like how well you can cover a team is having like funny moments behind the scenes where, you know, I've had like ridiculous conversations with De'Aaron Fox. And I think like losing that over the last year and a half with COVID, it really does, like, it hurts your tie to the team. Like showing up at media day, and that was the first time we'd met Tyrese Halliburton in person. That to me was just crazy. Mm-hmm. Like, and now we're like a couple of weeks in, like they just keep feeding us Davion Mitchell, like as far as media, and we've had him in person probably 10 or 12 times already, like between training camp or practice or post game. That's a lot of interaction, but it's still not the same as going into the locker room, which is their world, and you having to fit into their world, which is it really does add a different level. And so, like, just so people know, because this is what we kind of do here, like in pregame, I will leave my recorder outside, or I'll bring it in and I'll set it like in the backside of their food table. On occasion, if I'm writing a big story and I need a quote from somebody specifically, I'll go over, I'll hit them up really quick, and then I'll go put my stuff to the side. I like to be in there and be part of their world and like sit down like at a bench next to like a guy like Costa or Omri or De'Aaron or Zebo, and just have general conversations, just have like real conversations where you're just kind of developing relationships and trust. And that's just something that like we don't get right now. So it's funny that some of the players, like when we got Fox at media day, he came over and he just kept smiling and we got done. And Sean Cunningham said to him, "You missed us, didn't you?" And he's like, "I did miss you guys. You know, we're such a like integral part of their life and how they're looked at, you know, through the lens of the media and the lens of social media, you know, we have such a huge voice in how they're represented, but also we know them. You know, it's like our understanding of the people and the players and all that stuff, it doesn't end at what you see on TV. It goes well beyond that, or, you know, what you have on your computer screen. It just goes well beyond that, because we have those weird, like, intimate relationships with guys that, you know, I think is extremely valuable. So I'm looking forward to getting back to that, because that is one of the toughest things about, like, to cover a team as media, is to just lose that connection.
Why do you think Davion? Why do you think they keep sending Davion to you guys?
I think it's very specific. I think that the guys there, which Alex and Rasan, they're both really good guys. Mm-hmm. I think they see something in him that they want us to see, and they want him to, like, build that relationship. So to help with his confidence, to make sure that, you know, like, there is a tie with the media, because it's nerve-wracking. You know, you get in a conversation with someone like me, and I don't think I seem threatening at all, but, like, what I can write about someone, I would be threatened.
Sure.
Because like, you know,
it's power.
Like, yeah, it is. It's a weird power that you don't, you know, I don't wield, but I still have the ability to wield. Mm-hmm. You know, like, I've jokingly said, like, I'm the only one who shows up shoot around. Do you think I couldn't find out that 3 guys are not going to play, that they've got the flu, and not say anything for 2 hours? And like, what I tweet controls a betting line. Like, it controls what happens in Vegas in that situation. Yeah. And so you have this weird responsibility, but it's also, you know, like, there's a player once that like, had told me like, on the record, that, like, he'd had a good shooting game, and I'm like, you know, how did it feel, like, finally get shots to go down? And it was like, hey, you know, well, I don't really worry about that. You know, it's not going to define me. And I walked away, and I was like, your ambivalence to winning and your lack of understanding of who and what you're saying with a mic in front of your face is jarring to me. But what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to burn you down.
Yeah.
I'm going to shut it all down, and then I'm going to have a conversation with you about what you just said, to make sure that you understand, because I think sometimes there is that lack of connection with what you're saying. And
also, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the fan base here.
Yeah. Well, no. And I mean, like, as a journalist, I should be running to print and say, oh, but, like, sometimes somebody has to have, like, you need to have a conversation with someone about, like, rudimentary understanding of what they just said and how that will be perceived. And then give them a chance to go, okay, well, that's not really what I meant. What I meant was this. I'm like, yeah, but the words that came out of your mouth and what you meant might be 2 totally different things. Like, it's one thing for Willie Cauley-Stein to say that he thinks he's just like the unicorn. Yeah. Is that what he's? Yeah. Porzingis.
Porzingis. Yeah. When Porzingis got his deal. Yeah.
And the worst part about that conversation was that we had asked Willie Cauley-Stein about his defensive prowess, because he had just, I think, shut down Joel Embiid on, like, back-to-back possessions, and the Kings won.
Yeah. And I remember that game very well.
We were asking him specifically about that, and all of a sudden he starts riffing about, you know, being Porzingis, and we're like, you know, or media day, like, you know, what do you think is going to happen with your extension? He, like, while cameras were rolling, he's sitting across from me in a sit-down interview. He says, I want to get paid. And it's like, you know, some people you can't help. Others you can say, okay, look, you got one. I'm going to give you one where you said something inappropriate, or you said something that came out the wrong way.
Yeah.
And let's walk through this to make sure we're on the same page. And, like, again, I think that's where trust comes in, and how you build trust within that locker room, because you burn one guy to the ground like that, then there's potential for the other guys in the room to go, okay, like, we're not going to talk to you because you're going to burn us to the ground. And, you know, rightfully so. Like if someone does do something or say something that's egregious, like, you know, it's kind of my job to tell people that you said something that was like that. But I think that sometimes taking a step back and going, let's be more thorough and let's make sure that we're not just running to something, and let's make sure that we got the whole story that and quote you correctly in the way that you meant. It has a lot of value.
And it's funny you used the quote about the player who said, how did it feel to see some shots go down? And he said, that doesn't really matter to me. And the way you presented it, like I hear it, and I can, in the most cynical, you know, version of our world, I could see that in a tweet, right? I could see that going, and then I could see the response to it. As you're talking, though, I'm also hearing, I'm trying to think of a different perspective of it, and I'm sort of hearing it like Luke Walton the other day. When Luke Walton, and I think it might have been you, asked about Terrence Davis, and sticking with Terrence Davis and Buddy Hield. And he said, you know, Terrence, I don't think Terrence hit a shot the other night. And he was like, I don't care. I want Terrence Davis to keep shooting the ball when he's open. Like when he has a good shot, I want him to take it. And part of me in my head is hearing that quote, like Luke Walton talking about, well, I've got to take the open shot. The shot's there. I got to take it. They're going to fall at some point. I think that's Luke's mentality with Terrence Davis. And, you know, Buddy Hield on a bad night. The shot's going to fall at some point. But when you isolate those handful of words and you put it out there in social media with no context at all, it's hearted, it's quote tweeted, it's retweeted, and it's put out there for the entire universe to see, with everyone forming their own interpretations. Oh, that such and such doesn't care enough about basketball.
Well, yeah, I mean, that could damage someone's career moving forward, their ability to get another contract, you know? Mm-hmm. So, like, I mean, I've had a player tell me he's not going to block shots anymore because he hit a backboard and broke it, like knuckle popped through the skin, and said, well, I'm just not going to do that anymore. And I'm like, what do you mean? Well, like, unless it's like a guard coming in on me and I can just get up and over the top of him before he gets to the rim. But outside of that, I'm just really not going to block shots anymore. And it was like, that's what you're here for. Willie, that's what you're here for. That is why they drafted you. Like, I get it. Like, blocking at you know, I played volleyball for years. My shoulder's trash. My elbow's trash. I've broken fingers. I get numb fingers. Like that. If you want to play, that's a game. Like, you know. So,
speaking of the game, hey buddy.
Hey,
look at that.
Hey guys.
Good segue.
Kyle,
really good
Madson,
segue by you.
Jumping in here. Hey, so before we dive into the 49ers, I have two very big Oakland A's fans here on the show, and James Ham, who was sitting with me, and my dear close friend Kyle Madson, who was firing off tweets at a rapid pace last night, which I found very, very humorous, by the way.
You thought I was funny?
I did. I thought you were very funny.
This
is true. The first Bob Melvin tweet I thought was spectacular. We haven't, discussed this. We've been talking about a variety of other things. So before we get to the 49ers, Bob Melvin out of Oakland, headed to San Diego, and James laid this out. Is this just the latest chapter of the end of the book for the A's in Oakland, Kyle?
No, I don't think so. I think this signals more. The A's gave Bob Melvin an opportunity to go talk to the Padres, and the Padres, when you look at what that organization is, that's an organization that's been spending money. They have stars in Fernando Tatis Jr. Jake Cronenworth is a really good player that nobody ever talks about. They went out and got Yu Darvish. Now, Yu Darvish isn't great, but the principle is there. They went and got a top flight pitcher when they needed one. So they underachieved this year. I think Bob Melvin's the kind of manager that can kind of make a difference there. I don't think Jace Tingler was very good, their previous manager. But if you're Bob Melvin, you get to go to San Diego where you have a ready-made playoff team. Like, that was a team that was supposed to not only make the playoffs, but contend this year.
They underachieved, yeah.
Right. And then you're looking at the A's where it's like, all right, well, Matt Olson's getting to the point where, he's probably going to be gone, and you're at the point where Matt Chapman's probably going to be gone, and you're getting ready for another teardown where you're going to win 70 to 75 games over the next couple of years until the rebuild kind of comes back around. So I don't blame him for getting out, especially to go to a team like San Diego that's already pretty stacked. And I think that's what it more signals than the A's, him getting out before the A's leave.
Interesting. Yeah, my like I agree with most of what you said. I just see that like the A's like they like to mix it up, and I get it. But losing a guy like Melvin, it signals that Olsen is probably on his way out, that Chapman is probably on his way out, that maybe Laureano or half the pitching staff, they're on their way out and they're about to go downhill. And they don't have to do that. They have a low payroll. They have plenty of money that they don't spend. They don't have to do what they just did. They don't have to let a guy like Bob walk out. And so to me, it almost feels like we're about to see the last disrespect of the Oakland fan base. Like, this is what we're going to dump all your stars. We're going to be bad. And then we're going to pick up and leave. And we're going to leave it with this kind of taste in your mouth, almost like, like Khalil Mack leaving the Raiders. Like, we're not going to put the money into it this coming year. If we run a $40 or $50 million payroll, so be it. That's fine. Like, we're going to disrespect ourselves, which is kind of what I've seen with offers like Simeon, a 10-year contract is paid out in 1 year, $1 million annually. I mean, that didn't embarrass Simeon. He's an incredible baseball player. That embarrassed the franchise that got out there, and I see that this is probably a pattern in the NBA. It's called an exit strategy. It's when you have a player who you're probably not bringing back or that you might trade, then maybe it leaks out that he's not the greatest or he can't get along with this guy. Those are things that like kind of set up what's about to happen. And it's foreshadowing in a way. And so I hope I'm wrong. I hope that the city of Oakland and the county are doing great things to try to get that arena, the stadium built. I hope this isn't just like the A's signaling, well, that's fine, but we're leaving anyways. It doesn't matter.
My favorite tweet in particular was, before hiring a manager, the A's are going to see if they can charge someone $8,000 a year for season tickets in the dugout where they manage home games. Road games will be managed by the PR staff and a Twitch streamer playing MLB The Show. That
would you put it past them?
No, I wouldn't.
I'm not.
That's why it's funny. all funny tweets are based in reality right there, and that's good stuff from our man Kyle Madson. Of course, proper introduction, Kyle Madson of 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, Candlestick Chronicles, and of course, as those watching on Twitch and YouTube can see, he is the Prince of Niners Wire. Buddy, I don't feel good coming into this game for the San Francisco 49ers. We talked to Marshall Harris a little bit earlier. He mentioned Khalil Mack is out and talked about a variety of things as it pertains to the Chicago Bears and Justin Fields. But I don't think San Francisco is headed anywhere, and I do not like this game for them.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird vibe. This is a game that I want to say on paper they should win, because this Bears team is not really good. If Khalil Mack's not playing, Khalil Mack's not like an all-pro caliber player anymore, I don't think, or at least like a game-wrecking type player, but he can affect games enough that when he's off the field, their defense is not as good. And that's going to be beneficial for San Francisco, especially I think in their run game more than their passing game. But like all the reasons San Francisco should win, you have a hard time placing faith in that right now. Like, Justin Fields is a guy who likes to push the ball down the field. Like that's part of the reason that he had 5 turnovers against Tampa Bay, was because he holds onto the ball so long that because he wants those downfield routes to develop, because that's how he wants to execute the passing game. But like, he can take advantage of that against San Francisco if they get even a little bit of help from their offensive line, which I think, they can. And then on the offensive side for the 49ers, like, do you trust them to score 25 plus points right now? Like, I don't. Not
now, not after what we saw against Indianapolis.
Yeah, right. And, that was in the rain and it was a little different, but still they were coming off the bye and they just didn't look good. Like, they just didn't look like a team that was ready to hit on all cylinders and beat a team in Indianapolis that's, if not in their tier, a tier below them. if they won on Sunday, I wouldn't be shocked. It wouldn't be like, wow, huge upset. The 49ers beat the Bears. But there's nothing I can circle for the 49ers right now that I'm like, okay, they can do this, and that's why they're going to win. It's like, okay, maybe they run the ball effectively, and maybe Garoppolo is efficient and has a nice game, and the offense moves it, and they score 28 points, and the defense holds the Bears to 25 or fewer. But I don't have any reason to believe outside of maybe that's going to happen. Like I can't point to anything substantial that leads me to believe that they're gonna go into Chicago and win.
Is this a bad stretch of football, or are they a bad football team? Just period.
Boy, I think
that's
got him. I got him.
So no, they're not a bad team. Like the Jets are a bad team. The Jets are starting a human being named Mike White, who I follow the NFL super
hilarious.
Close. I learned about Mike White like 2 days ago. I couldn't tell you anything about him. I think he went to Western Kentucky.
He did. We looked it up because someone told us that was Zach Wilson's backup, and we thought they were making it up. But Mike White is in fact a human being who plays football.
Yeah, shout out to the Hilltoppers. So like the Jets are bad. The Jaguars are bad. The 49ers aren't bad. Like on a team with Fred Warner and George Kittle and Nick Bosa and Trent Williams, maybe Elijah Mitchell, Deebo Samuel, like they have too many good players. But I think this all comes back to the quarterback play. And this is not to say that Trey Lance is the answer this year necessarily. But when you go into the modern NFL in 2021, when you go into a season where the biggest question mark on your roster is the quarterback, that's a problem. You can't do that anymore. And when the second biggest question mark is cornerback, arguably the second most important position on the field, you're not going to win a lot of games when you have those two holes on your roster. And Trey Lance is supposed to fix that. And maybe he does. But this year he's not going to. Like, he's just not ready. He's not he might make them a little better or about the same, but he's not going to be good enough yet, substantially enough to kind of put them over the hump this year. So I think that's the problem with San Francisco. They have a good roster that has some fatal flaws in what the NFL is now.
Yeah, I kind of hate to see a year of some of these guys' careers just getting wasted on a season like this, where you're looking at it like, even if they rally and they're just not really a contender like everyone thought they would be early in the season. And I'm not sure why everyone thought they would be. I guess, again, you have a superstar left tackle, but he's going to lose a year. And, there's so many guys like that. I think they've made so many small mistakes that lead to, and they've made some huge mistakes as well, but like the small mistakes that lead to like the situation that they're in, not bringing in enough defensive backs. It was just like, you knew it coming into the season that you did not have the guys to do it. Like, so why didn't you bolster? Why didn't you bring back a Richard Sherman and just pay the guy early on, as opposed to having him go to a championship contender, which you thought you were? Why keep bringing a guy like D Ford back? And D Ford is part of the reason why they lost Buckner. They couldn't pay everybody. And you kept a guy who's injury prone versus one of the best defensive linemen in the league. And just like the trickle down, what would Bosa look like with Buckner in the middle? And what would, Armstead look like with Buckner there? Like, all of a sudden your defense is incredible. You can block, you can stop the run, you can do everything. And so like, it's just these little accumulation of mistakes that end up being like massive, massive holes all over the place. And I don't know how you fix it. I also, like we were discussing earlier, I don't like the Brandon Ayuk situation. And if I'm on the outside or if I own that team and I'm looking at the Ayuk situation, and then I'm looking at Trey Lance and saying, I don't know that I want this group being the group that messes with him as well. And to me, it's a huge red flag for a team to just kind of, unless Ayuk is like a really bad guy behind the scenes and you can't deal with him at all, what they've done to him, where he has less than 100 yards receiving through 7 weeks, that's just embarrassing. Like, put him out there. Like, your team is dying because you don't have enough playmakers, and you got one, but you won't use him. And so again, if I'm like everyone in the building, I'm thinking, okay, if this is what's happening with him, how do we avoid this with Trey Lance? Because I don't want this to be a repeat thing, or they strip away his confidence, and he's just not the player that you hope that he'll be.
And I think that's what's so frustrating about this year is you hit the nail on the head, James. It wasn't one giant mistake. I mean, you can point to, okay, they didn't draft Patrick Mahomes and drafted Solomon Thomas instead.
Yeah.
But nobody had Patrick Mahomes going third. Like, that's a hindsight thing. But all these small things, like at the time in 2017, I didn't think Solomon Thomas was the pick. I had different thoughts about who it could be, but it doesn't like that it's Solomon Thomas, and it's letting DeForest Buckner go, and then it's trading a 2nd-round pick and giving D Ford that huge contract. Like you said, I think that hits the nail on the head. But the most frustrating part about this year is they're like purposely putting themselves in the abyss of NFL mediocrity.
Yeah.
Like, they are not a playoff team that's going to contend, but they're also not bad enough where, I mean, they don't even have a 1st-round pick, but it's not even about being bad. They're not developing anybody. I mean, if Ayuk has problems, let him figure it out in a game. If you don't think Trey Lance is ready, let him figure it out in a game. If you're going to go 6-11 or 5-12 or whatever, I think people would so much rather go 5-12 with Brandon Ayuk figuring it out and Trey Lance figuring it out than with Jimmy Garoppolo doing whatever Jimmy Garoppolo is doing and throwing passes to Mohamed Sanu. And there's no world where it is acceptable that Brandon Ayuk, a 1st-round pick, mind you, that they traded up for, is tied for 4th on the team in targets with the fullback, Kyle Juszczyk, and he's behind 32-year-old Mohamed Sanu. Like, there's zero. George Kittle has way more targets than Brandon Ayuk, and he hasn't played in 3 weeks. Like, that can't. It just that's what's so frustrating about this season is they're not good enough to win the Super Bowl, and they're not the pieces who could conceivably be on their next Super Bowl team, Brandon Ayuk and Trey Lance, aren't playing. So it's like, what are they doing? What's the point?
And the only reason they're the 3rd best team in the division is because Russell Wilson's hurt.
And I'm not even sure they're the 3rd best team in the division. I mean, they are by record, right? But you said it. If Russell Wilson comes back in week 10 and the 49ers keep doing what they're doing, which again, I don't have any reason to think they're not, they're going to wind up this season 4th in division. And that's just kind of what it is. And that's the most frustrating part is it's like, this team clearly isn't going to win the Super Bowl. So put in Trey Lance and let him rock. Like, let him figure it out. It's not to say that they're going to go win the Super Bowl if he plays, or even make the playoff if he plays, or even have a better record if he plays. But it just show us something to look forward to instead of whatever the hell they're doing now.
Yeah, I'm glad they don't have 1st-round picks. I forgot about that with the Trey Lance deal because they just keep botching the 1st-round picks. So it's like, maybe if they don't have 1st-round, I mean, they do really well and pick in rounds 4 through 7. That's fine. That tells me that the guys who are scouting are doing a really good job, and the guys who get the fame and the fortune for making those top 3 picks, maybe not so much. The depth of your team is built in the NFL through those later rounds, but you just can't throw away your 1st-round picks like this unless you throw them away for Trey Lance and big talent and take a gamble. But you just can't keep missing time and time again in the top 15 of the draft. It just doesn't make any sense.
It feels like early in the draft, they overthink it. Like, James, you mentioned earlier the cornerback situation. When they picked in the 2nd round, they ended up trading back. I think it was to 47 or 48. And they took Aaron Banks, who can't get on the field. He's an offensive lineman. But when they were sitting there at 45, I think, I can't remember exactly, Asante Samuel Jr. was on the board. And everybody I speak to who's on the 49ers beat or who follows the team was like, oh, Asante, like, they have to take him. And then they trade out. And they pick up a lineman who it turns out they can't play. And finding Fred Warner in the 3rd round is great. Finding George Kittle in the 5th round is great. Jalen Moore, who started at left tackle against the Colts, who did a nice job. That's a 5th round pick. Diamador Lenore's a 5th round pick who I think is going to be a player. Like, that's really cool that you're finding these players. Elijah Mitchell, 6th round pick. That's great. But you win championships with top end, top flight talent. Like, you need those guys in the top of the draft. And I think they overthink it. It's like Solomon Thomas. Okay, Solomon Thomas is a nice player, but 3rd overall? Like, that's the guy? It was clear that watch his pro day. It was clear he wasn't going to be an edge rusher. So now you're spending the 3rd overall pick on a undersized defensive tackle. Like, that's just bad team building.
Yeah.
And then, the Reuben Foster thing, that's forgivable. They trade up into the back of the 1st round for a supreme talent who has some red flags and it didn't work out. Okay. But like trading up for Dante Pettis and punting on that after 2 years and trading up for Brandon Ayuk and not letting him work through things on the field and teaching him some lesson while your team flounders. Like, that's the kind of stuff that can't happen. You can't trade 2 4th round picks for Trey Sermon and then not play him. You can't take an offensive lineman in the 2nd round and then not play him. Like, this is just bad team building.
Yeah. The Pettis Ayuk situation, they're very similar.
Extremely.
Maybe Pettis was like a bigger issue behind the scenes. I'm not sure, but it just seems like we're seeing history repeat itself. And that to me is where, I always say in the NBA, the second a coach loses a locker room, he's got to go. I don't care who it is. The second they lose it, then you got to go because there's no getting it back. And so that's where, like, how many mistakes do you get like this, where it's like, you're burning high picks to the ground and then making them not useful players anymore. And then, like, maybe they go and find themselves somewhere else, but more often than not in the NFL, you don't. Confidence is such an important part of being an NFL player, and getting that first opportunity is also such a huge part. So yeah, it's interesting to watch. I'm not sure how it all plays out in the end, but there seems to be like all this confidence coming into the season when, like, just on paper, like, hey, you're going to have some rough go here and there, especially if you don't use the tools that you have on the offensive end specifically. And then, you can't mask the fact that you don't have enough defensive backs to get yourself through like the 2nd week of the season.
I just don't understand how they didn't have a contingency plan for Jimmy Garoppolo being bad. It was like
or for a defensive back that gets hurt every year. They didn't have the contingency plan. The same exact, he misses every season. Like, all right.
That's bad in a separate category. The Jimmy Garoppolo thing, it was like they came into this year and they said Jimmy Garoppolo is going to start every game, and Trey Lance, it's going to be like Alex Smith, and it's going to be like Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes, and that's how it's going to be. Like, you forget Alex Smith was really good. Jimmy Garoppolo was a question mark, which is fine, but you have to be ready to pull the plug on that. And it's like they weren't. It's like they're forcing.
They aren't. They still actively are not.
They are.
Kyle, they could have just traded Jimmy, got some of their draft picks back, and signed Alex Smith to do what he did with Mahomes. Like, I know he's broken and like all that, but you could have done it. He was available. Like,
yeah,
bring him back in the fold. Yeah,
there were I get the thought process at the time. I was with it. If Garoppolo was his 2019 self and maybe a little bit better when he's healthy, okay, fine. But A, you can't bank on him being healthy, and B, you had to bank on a regression. You had to bank on him not being very good, and he hasn't been very good, and they weren't ready for it. And that's how they wind up where they're at. And it exposes all the other problems we've talked about.
Kyle, I know you had to go through some work to jump on with us, man, fighting that Bay Area traffic. We appreciate it so much. James is going to stick around, and we're going to preview the Kings and Pelicans tonight. We'll do that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear.
All right.
Thanks, man.
I had Kings takes, man. I've been dialed in.
Yeah, you had Kings takes?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you watched them this weekend.
Yeah, watch them.
At least I assume you watched them.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I need a more comfortable chair for 3 hours.
Yeah. Are you sitting on a bar stool?
Yeah, but I have better bar stools that. It's a long story. I've got 2 bar stools that sit. My computer sits on a wine barrel that's in front of me.
That's
so I have to squeeze a chair back behind here. But the 2 chairs that I have that usually sit by the wine barrel are not. I have 3 other different style chairs that are under my bar, and so they're a lot more comfortable, and I can see them. But
I'll give you a heads up.
I can't get to them.
I'll give you a heads up. There's no chair comfortable enough for 3 hours or 4.
Yeah. I sat in 19 different chairs the week I was in. I can confirm.
I was assured in this website description of this chair that I purchased that it was that it would be suitable for this, and it's not. It's
that's awesome.
4 hours in, it gets it's not comfortable. It's not comfortable.
I'm in an IKEA chair. It was like $48. It does the trick.
Very nice. Well done. Well done.
All right, fellas.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, of course. See you guys.
Okay. All right. Bye. Yeah, let's make this let's get out at 13 like we normally do, so James can go to the presser, and then we'll come back. We'll do the long stretch together. And I just realized I'll mention this at 3:20 before I get back into the Kings and do keys. There was a great football game last night that I've just completely forgot to mention. The Cards and the Packers was just a phenomenal football game last night. Quick note to everybody because John, I saw your text just real quick. I wanted to try to address it. The shirt was only meant to be a short-term thing, and now people have kind of gone back to the website and started buying, regular stuff. So I figured we just pull it down and send the money to, send the money to one of the local spots here. If you guys really want to put it back up, I will. The idea was always to keep it short-term. I really want that guy gone. I think I did it kind of more to make a point. You guys bought over 100 shirts, man. I feel like we made our point. We raised some money. We could send it out. But if there's some people who missed it and you really want it back up, I don't have any problem putting it back up. It's just, it was always meant to be a short-term thing. So I'll keep an eye on the chat and you let me know what you want to do. Man, I not yet, but next year's a big year. It's a big year for those two. I don't know that this season is completely lost, but man, it sure freaking feels like it. It sure feels like it. Okay. Yeah, some of you guys like John, Manny, I got you guys. That one and Bryce, like that one's on me. You guys do enough for us. Oh man, I should be back any second here. This is fun. Are you at least having fun?
Oh yeah. I dig it, man. No, it's good. And I figure we would get a flow. We would get to a point where
just sitting back and talking.
Yeah, we're just kind of chilling and on the same page.
Kenny Caraway out, but James Ham, ESPN 1320 Kings Insider, spending the afternoon with me, at least a little bit more of the afternoon. It's a 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We got to get James a bottle of that. Appreciate Kyle Madson jumping on with us. Appreciate Marshall Harris for being with us earlier in the day. We've got keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage coming up here in just a few minutes as well. And you're going to jump off the call and jump on another one so you can be a part of the Luke Walton press conference as you continue to build your empire with the Kings Beat podcast. And it's not the kingsbeat.com though, right?
No, not out as of right now. It's on Beehive. And so it's it's the Kings Beat. Well, I mean, the best thing to do, just go to my Twitter bio, or I have it as a pinned tweet. You can go there and follow the link through. I've got to do some adjustments on the back end of that specific issue, but look, we're doing this on the fly. I mean, I'm doing a show without intro music, which I've never done, but you got to do what you got to do to get these things up.
We can relate. We very literally started this radio show on the fly, so it's no problem. We've been doing it from home for over a year, man. So you'll You'll get all of that stuff ironed out. But just gauging from the reaction to the tweet last night, I think everybody's excited to get their Kings content once again from you. And obviously, we're excited for all the Kings content that you provide us. And there's a game tonight, and it's an early game. It's coming up in just a couple of hours. The Sacramento Kings are in New Orleans. Now, I kind of mentioned this earlier, and I feel like you disagree with me. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think the New Orleans Pelicans are very good, but I think they're capable. And I think if the Kings get caught flat-footed like they have a couple of times here early in the season, as a matter of fact, they've gotten caught flat-footed in virtually every game in just different variations. Fourth quarter, first half, second half, different spots. I think if they give the Pelicans a window, this is going to be tough because the Pelicans have capable scorers. But to me, this is a game the Kings should win.
Oh,
I just don't think the Pelicans are very good.
No, I mean, I'm with you. I do think, like, look, the Kings clearly have shown over the last, I mean, I don't even want to say how many years, but that they are capable of losing to anyone. And that's always a problem. Like, how capable are you of losing? And, I think that this Pelicans team just by design is bad. I might be off by that. You're going to see that they have some solid scores here and there. But overall, I just don't think that they have the 3-point shooting that I would like to see, especially when Zion gets back. They're just not like super intriguing to me. And, I think a lot of teams in the West just didn't do much this offseason. That's what it kind of felt like, that you're watching and waiting for someone to do something from this lower tier or this mid tier. You got your Rockets and your Timberwolves that are at the bottom. Well, the Timberwolves are actually playing well. But, that group that are at the bottom, OKC, stuff like that. But then there's this whole like middle class that are fighting for like probably spots like 6 or 7 all the way to like number 12. And none of them like did something wild and crazy. And that's why I thought the Kings actually have a really good shot here, just in general, because they did enough. They did enough to keep continuity and to and keep building on something. And they still have potential of young players that can get better. And so, I mean, this is going to be a tough game because every game is tough, especially on the road. I'm looking, Valanciunas is not going to shoot 41% from the field on the season. I don't think Devontae Graham is going to shoot 39.5% from 3 either. But, you got to come in to games like this with the attitude that if you don't get this, then it's a bad trip. Like this is a bad road trip if you don't get this win, because you win this, now you already secured 500 on the road trip. Can you get that one more win to go 3-1? And can you build on something? And that's where I think the Kings need to figure out, because you lose this, what happens in Dallas, and then what's going to happen in Utah probably. And then that back-to-back flying home isn't going to be easy against the same Pelicans team. You need a statement game, especially against a team you're going to play in just a couple of days.
Why has this team been incapable of putting together a complete game?
Well, I mean, I think, like, I'll point out the obvious. They played 4 really good teams to open the season. Teams with veteran players that know how to complete games. And so that's part of it. I also think, like, we've talked about this a little bit, but I just don't think that the Kings know their roles yet. All of their players know their roles. And you got a couple of guys who don't care what their roles are. They're just going out and doing their thing, which is Harrison and Buddy and maybe even Rashawn. I think Buddy and Rashawn have both had one subpar game, and Rashawn's was like specifically because he got in foul trouble. I think Buddy had a bad game that night as well. Outside of that, I mean, Holmes has had double-figure rebounding in every game this season. Buddy has been like phenomenal as a shooter, but the rest of the team, they're almost like taking turns being okay. And you're just waiting for some of them to settle into who and what they are for this season. Guys like Halliburton, guys like Fox, Mitchell is still figuring out who he is in the league. But, some important pieces that really do need to figure out who and what they are.
Luke mentioned kind of throwing out the game plan in the second half against Phoenix, partly because he said, I wanted to stick with the guys who are playing with energy. Does that concern you at all that we went into the fourth game of the season and Luke already went to a press conference where he was like, yeah, I had to make some adjustments because guys, they just didn't have their energy out there?
Yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, like, it's a long season. You're going to have ebbs and flows. And I know, like, you look at it in like 4 games in, but, you know, I think Luke is trying to figure out who's the hot hand every night, trying to stick with guys longer. I mean, the fact that Buddy Hield was on the court in the final 30 seconds of the game to make the defensive stop that you needed, I thought was him showing a lot of faith in Buddy. I
feel like Luke really loves Buddy.
Well, Buddy is an easy guy to like. Like, you can be, I'll say it, like, he's really easy to like as a person. He's funny. He's all over the board. He says stuff that are random and sometimes inappropriate. And like, if you saw any of the post game, it was pretty wild.
All of it. Yep.
Yeah. And so we don't need to go there, but at the same time, you know, like going back to, you get one, right? You get one of those mistakes saying something that maybe you shouldn't. But like when you look at like sort of his energy that he does bring, he never lacks confidence. He's always excited and he wants to work hard. And so while there are some flaws there, and I thought in the first half, Buddy had too much energy. He looked like Ben McLemore, like the windshield wiper, like he just running this way, running that way the whole time, just flying by, like he looked out of control. And I thought he settled down in the second half and really became solid. So you're going to feed off of guys like that. But again, this team is trying to figure out where they belong, who belongs where, and how they piece this thing together. And roles are very important for NBA players.
He was so disciplined on that final play too, that final defensive play, like, because he was guarding Devin as closely as he possibly could have without committing a foul. And then you saw Devin do it on the other end against Harrison Barnes, guarding in almost the same exact fashion. It's just Harrison was able to hit his 3 versus Devin missing his short little pull up there. So I commend Buddy, but like you mentioned, I was surprised he was in the final minute. Final minutes.
And I'll say this too, like if you look at the play, both coaches drew up excellent plays. They worked to get that matchup. You could see Booker going in and getting Buddy, like getting the switch onto Buddy. And so he had that opportunity. I thought Chris Paul made a huge mistake by eating too much of the shot clock. And when he got it to Booker, Booker only had like 4 seconds to get to a spot. And then he tried to bump Buddy off and Buddy didn't leave. And then he took away his space so quickly and was in his body. And there was clearly no foul there. And then on the other end, you could see the Kings do the same thing. They fought to get Harrison swapped onto Booker. And that's exactly what they got. And, you know, it all worked out in the end.
It worked, as did this, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. This was completely impromptu and unplanned. You just said a note, said, "Hey, Kenny's gone. I'm free. Let's talk. Let's have some fun." But you've got business to attend to. You've got to go sit in with the Luke Walton press conference. So, James, we appreciate you so much for hanging out with us. And we're going to come back. We're talking more Kings basketball. Plus, we've got your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. That's all on the way here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, we're clear.
Sweet.
Yeah, thanks, man. That was fun.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, I kind of feel like we needed that to get a good flow for when you have other guests and stuff. So that's good.
Yeah, no, it was perfect. And you know, when you messaged, I was like, oh, you know Kyle, you know Marshall, this is probably the easiest way to do it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
no, it's good.
Easy
Yeah,
peasy.
I'm usually pretty low key. I can figure out how to fit in. It just takes a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
So cool. Yeah, all right, man. Sure. Well, hey, I'm gonna jet and go get on this.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, my friend.
Yep.
James Ham, good stuff there. All right. I had just that should be extended to everybody. Don't read the chat and just insert name right there. That's not true, man. You guys are fun. Oh, has it? So the thing is, when, you know, especially with James, trying to, you know, I'm trying to get a feel for working with James, like in a long form conversation. I close the I closed the chat. I put up the banner screen so I can navigate the banners closely. So I saw that the chat was chatting, but I didn't necessarily see what it was about. So has Ham not seen the Pharaoh shirt? Nobody should see the Pharaoh shirt, by the way. And Dr. David is on one right now, creating all of these damn shirts. All of these damn shirts, man. Y'all been hitting the thumbs up. It looks like you had. I took one little peek over there, but I hope today's going well. Oh, okay. All right, team. Appreciate you. Good stuff, man. Thanks for getting that thumbs up. If you haven't hit it, the thumbs up yet, man, please do. Shout out to the crew on Twitch. You know, we always appreciate you. Shout out to Bryce. Bryce got something in the mail today. Shout out to Angelo. Sending the love you, Ham. Ham got a 50-inch vertical. I think what did he say it was? 36 inches? I don't remember what Ham. 46? I don't remember what Ham said it was. 46 would be crazy. Dude, somebody get me a cushion, man. I thought that went good, man. I think I told you guys, I didn't want to put James in a position where he had to do 3 hours, and it was great, which I had little doubt. Plus, I feel like when all else fails, we could just ask James a question and he'll give us like a dope ass answer. That's true story. That's true story. Okay. I'll try any. Honestly, it's not bad. It's just 20 hours a week. It does get uncomfortable. That's why you keep seeing me like move and shift. That, and plus I hate that I feel like I'm never in the center of the picture. Like I'm always to one side. That fucking drives me crazy. Absolutely drives me nuts. He's capable. I think he talked about writing a book one time on the show. One of our early visits, I feel like he brought up Adam, you a cool Adam, dude. I gotta show your squad some love, man. It was right smack dab in the middle of that Kyle conversation. I was like, I had the standings in front of me. I was like, dude, how did you not mention the game last night, you idiot? That was a good football game, man. That was a great football game. I'll mention that, then we'll get back to Kings, Keys. I got some sound from Harrison to play. But yeah, y'all deserve that one, man. Shout out to our man James Ham once again for jumping in and spending the day with us, totally impromptu. And that was part of the idea of bringing James in. Not only is he our Kings insider who can bring us some tremendous Kings knowledge and join Kenny and I a couple of times a week. Of course, Kenny's not here. The idea is when one of us is not here, James Ham can jump in, and as we all saw today, very, very capable of being a co-host and talking about baseball, football, whatever it may be. So shout out to James to not only doing this with no prep, no nothing, just coming in, talking, and having fun here ahead of the Sacramento Kings game tonight in New Orleans. He jumped off the show. He's taking part in the Luke Walton press conference. And by the way, big time me. I didn't realize it until, and I mentioned this to the crew over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Big time me. All apologies to our man Adam L over here on YouTube, who's got the Packers as his avatar there. There was a hell of a football game last night. And I just kind of with the shuffle of today's show, haven't spent much time on it, though I know people may not necessarily care about the Packers and the Cardinals. Cardinals took their first loss. that is important because they are in the 49ers division, though. If you heard our 49ers conversations today. And, man, it pains me to say, given all of the things that I said about Aaron Rodgers and the Packers in the offseason, man, that is a good football team. Now, they've been regular season good many times. But Aaron Rodgers and Matt LaFleur has these dudes playing big-time football. And I think that I read last night, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, Matt LaFleur has like the best record through 40 games at 33-7. He's 33-7 through his first 40 regular season games. That's the best of any head coach in the Super Bowl era. That's a winning percentage of .825. Man, that's for a dude who, like, these guys were pointing, oh, Matt LaFleur and Aaron Rodgers don't get along and this and that and this and that. Man, and what a way to end the game. Like, the Cards are in field goal position. And as Kyle Murray emerging as a veteran at the podium, talking about, just some miscommunication. Perfectly composed following the Cardinals' first loss. Just, a little bit of miscommunication with me and AJ Green, and that's a tough play to go back and watch because I what was the play? Well, it had to have been a timing route. Right, because AJ's back is completely turned. Or maybe AJ thought – it didn't even look like AJ was going out there to catch a pass. It looked like he was going out there to do something different, just completely different. Kyler looked like he thought he was running a timing route because he throws the ball. AJ Green, I don't think AJ Green ever turned around until after the ball was intercepted, and he's like, yo, what is the ball doing over here? But a really, really, really good – Thursday night football game between two great teams, and power rankings will be fun on Tuesday, man. Because, by the way, Devontae Adams missed last night's game. I think they're like 8-0 without Devontae Adams. That's such an odd stat. But the Cardinals get their first loss season and first loss of the season, as Jesse noted in my ear. That's it, right? The Dolphins are popping champagne. They've got the Luke Belair Lux out tonight. Do you think they really do that? Does anyone think that, okay, you know what? I've seen the 72 Dolphins, and yes, I very much believe they actually do that. Those are a cast of characters there. But I get it. It's your record. It's your record, but let's not forget, like, the Patriots went 17 straight games before losing, but they didn't finish out the Super Bowl. I get it. But I wanted to acknowledge that. I felt honestly, I felt really, really dumb when I realized I didn't mention that football game last night. But as we dive back into the Kings conversation, we've got Kings basketball tonight. There's a couple of things I want you to hear, namely some sound from Harrison Barnes after the Phoenix Suns game, because I know a lot of Kings fans are thinking, hey, man, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the catalyst that we need to kind of get things off track. Though sitting at 2-2, I'd argue maybe things aren't necessarily off track. But before we get to that, we got your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the People's Lender. Head over to SacCityMortgage.com. Keys to the game are pretty simple. Rebound and run every single time. Now, I know that sounds pretty simplistic. You're going to win a lot of games if you're able to do that. But against the New Orleans Pelicans, there's a specific reason. I told James Ham this a few moments ago. I think the Pelicans could create some problems. We know that they can create some problems on the offensive glass because we've seen the Kings struggle on the offensive glass this season on many occasions. However, one thing that they don't do, one thing that those Pelicans bigs don't do is they don't get back in transition. In fact, the Pelicans allow the most fast break points in the league, giving up 20.4 a game. Shout out to Will Z for that stat right there. Also, with that in mind, knowing that the Pelicans aren't about transition defense, this is a De'Aaron Fox game. This is the game we've been waiting for. This is an opponent that's going to have trouble matching his speed and staying in front of him. If De'Aaron Fox attacks and hits his free throws, this is the game that's going to settle Kings fans' nerves over the season. over this early part of the season. Those are keys to the game, brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the people's lender, SacCityMortgage.com. And I genuinely do believe that, by the way. That just wasn't for show and great sound in a social media clip. I absolutely think this is a De'Aaron Fox game tonight. I think this is kind of the perfect mashup of we're all waiting to see, and I know there's speculation about De'Aaron's health and his shoulder, and is he banged up, and is it this, and is it that? And hey, that's fine. No problem. I understand that. But if De'Aaron attacks and he hits his free throws, like, they have to go hand in hand. We saw him get to the basket late in many games, the Warriors game specifically. Now, a lot went wrong in the fourth quarter of that Warriors game for De'Aaron, not just for other members of the Sacramento Kings, but for De'Aaron Fox too. We saw him get more aggressive and get to the basket. My hope is with De'Aaron, especially in transition, I hope they don't pull up at all in transition. Drive early in the game. Get De'Aaron a double-digit first quarter. Get De'Aaron a double-digit first quarter just off transition points alone, because this is a team you're going to be able to score on in transition. The Pelicans aren't suddenly going to be better defensively. And here's another hope, not necessarily a key to the game, but maybe just a hope, a wish. We wish. The Kings have played some, Portland notwithstanding. So we'll talk Utah, Golden State, Phoenix. Those are pretty good. Those are three pretty good defensive teams. So I think when we've seen the Kings, play good defense in that stretch, it's almost like, you're playing at a defensive level with your opponent. Man, don't play down to the Pelicans level of defense. Play your defense. And this is where you hope the Kings start to establish an identity. I'm not saying that the Kings' identity is defense. That would be nice. I don't think it is. I think their defense, I think their identity is still on the offensive side of the ball. But start to establish yourself a little bit in this game, because I maintain what I said, and I understand, and I apologize to Kings fans everywhere. I know in about 4 hours, this could bite me in the ass. 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever it is. I don't think the Pelicans are, the Pelicans are 1-4. We know they're off to a bad start. But as I just look at the roster, I look at the wake up of the roster, and I look back and look at some of their games this season, go back and look at some of the things that I was watching. I thought I was being impartial last night. I was like, you know what? Watch their win. Watch what they did right. And they did some things right. We mentioned Devontae Graham, Brandon Ingram, Valanciunas. Those are 20-point scorers. Make life difficult for Valanciunas tonight. Throw Metu in there. Throw our man Freeport in there, and let him make life really, really difficult for him. Give him a receipt if needed. We know Metu a little stronger than he may have been the first time these two teams played. I understand Chimezi's not in the rotation, so maybe it's Alex Lynn. Maybe it's an Alex Lynn day. Make those bigs work. James pointed this out. I already forgot. Herbert Jones. There it is. Now I'm going to remember it moving forward. Herbert Jones, starting 4. If Herbert Jones scores more than 6 points tonight, it was a bad night for the Kings. There's your barometer. It's a Herbert Jones barometer for the Sacramento Kings tonight. Herbert Jones scores 6 points. The Kings probably failed. Herbert Jones scores more than 6 points. We've really got to evaluate that 4 position. He has done nothing. With all due respect, my brother. He's done nothing. And there are games. He's played 32 minutes. He's averaging 20. What did we say earlier? Like 23 minutes. Dude, my man has played 30-plus minutes in games. Like, he's the legitimate. He's not the guy that you start and then don't play again. Like, he's their legitimate starting 4. He doesn't do anything offensively. Keep it that way. Find a way to limit Valanciunas. focus your defensive efforts, and I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see who's on Brandon Ingram tonight, and then keep an eye on Devontae Graham. Devontae Graham again. I don't think the Pelicans are good. I think they're capable. That's the word I'm going to keep going back to. You mess up, you slip up. I think the team is capable of causing some problems. Hopefully they don't. You want to jump in here on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. Of course, you can always jump in the chat house, too, and take part in the conversation in real time. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're watching right now, hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button. If you haven't, if you're on the Odyssey app, look up in the upper right-hand corner. See that little heart? Hit the heart button. Let 1320. Hold your heart there. It saves us as your favorite radio station. You get alerted when we go live. You get alerted when there's breaking news, and you get alerted anytime we have special guests here with us. Harrison Barnes, following his game winner in Phoenix, was asked a couple of things that I want to bring to you. And this is one question that a lot of Kings fans are asking themselves headed into tonight's game, and that's, what does a win like this do for them moving forward?
It keeps us going. Looking at the schedule at the beginning of the season, our first, 10, 15 games, it's not an easy schedule. So, trying to, get as many wins as we can, especially those ones we drop where you feel like, you should have won. So to be 2-2, starting off this road trip, feels good.
Okay. One more note. He talked about the team's growth. He talked about the Sacramento Kings' growth since last season.
Absolutely. A game like that last year, we would come back in the second half and, we'd be down 20. The game would just kind of slip away from us. And we would just kind of keep making the same mistakes over and over. So I think it was, just a testament to where we are as a group that we're able to get back into the game. But once again, it's that focus to start the game off the right way in terms of a competing effort though. Turnovers, mental mistakes, and like that, we can be better. But just from a competing standpoint, we have to start better.
Man, that remark is so interesting to me. I understand, James mentioned this. There's going to be lulls in the season, man. But 4 games in, and maybe, again, you talk about. I still think the best reaction was Luke Walton talking about. I don't know if this is the right clip. But he was asked what this game means moving forward.
Well, we are different. We'll find out.
There it is.
Orleans.
Yeah, we're going to find out. You asking these questions now. Oh, we about to find out. We're about to find out what a buzzer beater from Harrison Barnes means moving forward. We're going to find out what a win over the Western Conference champion means, the defending Western Conference champions. And that's another thing that we talked about, like, why these teams are trying to figure things out. James talked about the difficulty of the Utah game coming up. I mean, Dallas has started playing, they've started the season here playing pretty well. But when you've got the opportunity, it was clear when they went into Phoenix. Phoenix is trying to figure some things out. You started the season against Portland. Hell, we're 4 or 5 games in now. Portland, they're still trying to figure some things out. Take advantage. What's been the word used over and over and over again? Continuity. All right. Well, this team got it. This team's got that continuity. They've got that holdover from the end of last season. Whereas Portland, they got a new coach. That's new business right there. The Pelicans tonight, they got a new coach. The Warriors, I think the Warriors are one of those few teams. They're still figuring things out, but they're good. Like, that's how good they are. They're going to be figuring things out, I think, probably for the next 25, 30 games or so. I think we could be halfway through the season and still, like, you pull up the standings right now, you're going to see a lot of things you're probably not going to see again later in the season. I do wonder, I do wonder how long the Washington Wizards kind of stay doing what they're doing. And I genuinely think the Wizards are thrilled. Not just because I think they're 4-1 right now, not because of that. But with the performance of their guys, like I peeked over there and was like, oh, okay. Montrezl Harrell had a big game. Montrezl Harrell had like 25. Kyle Kuzma had 21. Now, Contavious Caldwell-Pope had nothing to do with the Kings deal, but he had 21. Like, the three Lakers are balling out in Washington. I feel like, man, that's a good look for Washington. Where Washington will be, I don't know. But we're so early in the season, man. Like, there are some things that are going to shake themselves out a little bit differently. A little bit different. I like Charlotte. I can't wait to see Charlotte a week from today at the Golden One Center. I mean, but are they a 1 seed or a 2 seed? God bless it. The New York Knicks are atop the Eastern Conference. ESPN, if I watched it anymore, is probably going nuts. It's probably nonstop coverage of the New York Knicks and their fans. But they're playing good ball. I think the team that we here in Sacramento have to kind of keep our eye on the most is that Minnesota team. Minnesota had a quality win against the Bucks. Now, they played some bad teams. Again, if we're going to be fair to the schedule, they played some bad teams. They beat the Pelicans and lost to the Pelicans. And they beat Houston. But then they got that win against Milwaukee. So you talk about, it'll be interesting to see what they do moving forward, because I got to imagine they're in their locker room, or perhaps Bilo and JC in Minnesota. They're on the radio talking about, what could a win like that do for our team moving forward? They're having the same conversation about their Minnesota Timberwolves that we're having about the Sacramento Kings. We're having the same conversation about the Kings' win against the Suns that the Minnesota Timberwolves are having about their win against the Bucks. Oh, what could a win like this do for the Minnesota Timberwolves moving forward? I think there's something to be said for confidence building. And I think James Ham used this word earlier. There's something to be said for momentum. Building momentum. Now, was Phoenix just a nice win? Quality win? Gets you to 500? Or is it a momentum builder? You turn one win into 2 wins. All right, you got 2 wins in a row. You got a tough test against Dallas this weekend. I think it's winnable. Dallas 3-1 right now. Dallas, I don't find again, I recognize the stupidity of what's happening on the radio and YouTube right now. We're trying to evaluate teams a couple of games into the season. Best team that the Mavericks have played was the Hawks. Mavericks beat the Raptors. They beat the Rockets. They beat the Spurs. That's their 3 wins. And Kenny said this, and I don't think there's any hyperbole to it. I don't know that a team opened up their schedule or opened up, I should say, with a more difficult schedule than what the Kings did. Now, I have zero desire, and I don't think it would be the most compelling radio to go through game after game after game, or team after team after team. I mean, the Jazz beat the Bucks. That's preseason. I don't even count. Like, I'm looking at who the Jazz beat. They beat the Nuggets. Okay, you got something there, but then they beat the Thunder and the Rockets. And the juggernaut that is the Sacramento Kings. So you could go through all of these different schedules and try to find trends, trying to find all this stuff. Again, I recognize the ridiculousness of all this. I promise I do. 4 games into this isn't a quarter way through the season. This isn't the NFL. We're not 4 games into a 16 or 17, I guess, game season. We're 4 games into an 82 game season. But we hear every day, we've got stuff to talk about. And we're looking for positive trends, right? Going back to preseason, what we've been talking about in preseason, habits, winning habits. That's what we're talking about. Can this team establish winning habits? We saw what they did against Phoenix. All right. Is that the start of something? That's what I want to see tonight. That's what I want to see tonight, and that's what I want to see moving forward. I want to see this team build something. We're used to it going the other way. Right? We're used to the snowball going downhill and just getting bigger and bigger, and those being losses. Like I mentioned, after the Kings lost those 2 games in a row, nobody was thinking about, in a little bit of hyperbole here, nobody was thinking about 3 losses in a row. No, we start seeing like, oh man, 2 losses in a row. 9's right around the corner. Like we've been scarred by the number 9 here in the city of Sacramento. We've been scarred by the number 9 as Sacramento Kings fans. So it's like now we're thinking about losses in the increments of 9. Once you get to 2, man, that Phoenix game was going south, and I'm already thinking, 3 losses, bruh. Okay, let's clean it up. So to get that win, they shut that down. Now let's build some momentum going the other way. Like, what's the longest? Jesse, I don't know how quickly you can look this up or if anybody knows this off the top of their head. I think I know the answer, and I think it's 4. I might tiptoe to the ledge of 5. But what's the longest Kings winning streak in the last, 5 years? What's the longest winning streak? And I'm not talking 7 of 9. I'm not talking about anything. I'm talking about a streak. Because we know the losing streak. What's the longest winning streak? Because I don't think it's more than 4. How is it that this team nearly had 2 double-digit losing streaks last season, but we can't get a winning streak longer than 4? And I'm not just last year before. Go back to the 39 win year. I don't think they ever won more than 4 games. Like, when was the last time the Kings had like a 6-game winning streak? Dude, 6 seems like an eternity. Could you imagine if the Kings went on a 6-game winning streak? Man, you thought we were obnoxious yesterday. Bruh. This team wins 6 games in a row. We'd be unbearable. Or perhaps even more so unbearable. Kings win a game against Phoenix. We got Morgan singing. We got Kenny rapping. Chat House went off the rails yesterday. Chat House is off the rails now. But, it's a nice feeling when your team gets a dub. Especially one like they got against Phoenix. So now I want to see, let's build some momentum. Let's close out let's head to the next game in the road trip on a positive note. I'm with you. Like, I get the difficulties of the Utah game ahead. Like, I get that. But I think every once in a while when we find a Kings team that you gravitate towards, something kind of hits, media. And in this case, I think it was social media. I think we heard a couple of players say it. And forgive me for not remembering who the first one was, but I feel like we had heard the term stacking days. And then the Rico Hines video hit social media. And I think, that's the mantra, right? We're going to go Russell Wilson, right? We'll use the Russell Wilson line. You've heard Davion Mitchell use it already. Hey, you're just trying to go 1-0. Trying to go 1-0 every day, go Hawks. Right? So we're just going to go 1-0 every day, go Kings. And that's why I've always hated the practice of looking at a schedule and trying to project what's going to happen. Who's going to beat who? Like when you look at the schedule, shoot, I remember this last year. I think Tim Maxwell at the beginning of last season put out a tweet about how difficult the Kings first 13, 14 games were. And they started 3-1. I think it got a little dicey after that. But you look at this schedule this year, And I know a lot of us were looking at it from the perspective of the foolishness of Davion Mitchell. We're like, all right, who's Davion got tonight? All right, it's Dame, then it's Donovan, and then it's Steph, and then it's Chris Paul and Devin Booker. I don't know who he's guarding tonight. I don't think he's going to be. I think Brandon Ingram will. I think Harrison Barnes will be on Brandon Ingram, but could be wrong. Devontae Graham's, someone you got to keep your eye on, but it's you look at the schedule and like you don't know what teams are going to be. So I love the Rico Hines line. I love the mantra that so many Sacramento Kings fans, and I feel like this kind of became a trend on Twitter. Stacking days. Okay, let's do that. Yo, if we're gonna go with the stacking days mantra, let's ride it. But let's ride it all the way. Let's not go parts of it. No, we just stacking days. If we can get this win tonight, and then we get one on Sunday. No. 1-0 every day. Because we've seen this a surefire way to a letdown is to start projecting. Let's go 1-0 in every day. We ain't gonna be here Sunday. We'll talk about the Mavericks game Monday. And then we'll get ready for Utah and then New Orleans again. We'll deal with all that as it gets here. Don't worry about the back-to-back. Don't worry about that tough end of the road trip in Utah. You got New Orleans tonight. The goal, 1-0 every day. I want to mention this too, and we kind of talked about this with James Ham a little bit earlier today, in that I had mentioned the line about Luke Walton, sticking with a lineup. He was asked about Terrence Davis and Buddy Hield shooting, kind of shooting themselves out of their slump, like sticking with them even when they're not scoring.
Yeah, it's a balancing act, and they're probably our two best shooters when they're hot, and we have all the confidence in the world in them. We want them shooting, even if Terrence goes 0 for 5 from 3. I still want him taking his next open 3. And same with Buddy. So, we need them out there, but at the same time, we're trying to win games. So if certain guys are having good nights, we're going to play, we're going to go back to those guys for a bigger rotation than normally planned. But tonight, honestly, in the second half, the whole blueprint went out the window because we weren't playing near with enough energy in that first half. So the second half was strictly based on who was going to come out and play with the appropriate energy out there and competitive spirit. And we found it there in the second half.
Now, I absolutely may be overreacting because, I've got the captain on my chest. But I don't feel like that's something Luke would have said last year. Because Luke was asked about Terrence Davis, and part of that is probably because, he might have thrown in that last line about, throwing out the blueprint in the second half because of energy, because Terrence Davis didn't play a ton of minutes. We saw Davion and Terrence play, I think, their lowest minutes of the season. Davion was about 19. I think he's been, I think he was at 24, 30 a couple of times. So 19, yeah, that's his lowest. But he specifically pointed out the team's energy and him adjusting, the game plan. Throwing the blueprint out the window. I was going to stick with the guys who were giving me the most energy. And, this is the dangers of taking a remark like that and kind of running with it, is because Luke might be coaching the same exact way. He may be holding the players accountable in the same exact way that he always has. He may be saying to them in the huddles, in the locker room, pregame, postgame, halftime. He may be saying the same things he's always said. But I feel like he's addressing us a little bit differently. I feel like he's addressing the media and fans a little bit differently, and he's opening the window a little bit more to some of his thinking. Because he could have stopped that. Oh, well, those are two of our best scorers, best shooters. Yeah, we want to get them out there. We want Terrence to take his next shot. No doubt. I get it. And you see why Buddy shoots the way that he does sometimes. Buddy 0 of 10, don't matter. That 11th-3 is coming. He misses it, 12th one is coming. The 13th one is coming. And you hear, like Luke's telling him, if you're open, take the shot. If you're open, take the shot. And I get Buddy doing that. I don't have a problem with Buddy doing it. Certainly don't have a problem with Terrence Davis doing it. I have more of an issue when he's not open, or perhaps when he's open, but he's 37 feet from the basket. But I think that's a little, that's a window a little bit into Luke Walton's thinking that perhaps he hasn't let us in before. And it feels a little, it feels a little edgier to me. Like Kenny threw out the line last year so many times because it was the first time that it felt like Luke ever like really said something definitively about things going wrong on the defensive end. Is he was asked about like his game plan, and Luke, hey, I don't know if my game plan is working because they're not executing. Maybe it is the wrong game plan, but I have no idea because they ain't doing it. How am I going to know if it's working if they're not executing it? But that was like 1 of 1 for Luke. And so far this year, I feel like he said a couple of things. It's like, all right. I feel like Luke is been a coach 5 years. Is that right? 3, 2, yeah, 5 years. I think he's settling in to being a coach. And I've said this before. I didn't agree with him being here, but they made the decision for Luke Walton to be the head coach. So I'm all about it. Go ahead. I'm the captain. I don't mind, because if Luke succeeds, that means the team's doing well. And that's all I want, is I want this Kings team to do well. And I want them to build off of that win. And here's the other part that I think is important. The Kings haven't had a clunker yet. That first half, that first half against Phoenix was as close as they've had so far. Thankfully, and you heard Harrison Barnes say a moment ago, that's a game we come out in the second half and lose by 20. Like, we go in, we're down by 8. We're losing that game by 20. We're not responding. So the team responded right out the gate. Buddy got hot, and everything turned around for the Kings. But the totality of these 4 games, there's spots where it's like, fourth quarter against Portland. Oof, yikes. Shoot, it's not just the first half of the Phoenix game. It's the first half. Hit the fast forward button to the final 4 minutes. Bad basketball on each end. Bad basketball to start the game. Bad basketball all the way up until the final 3.4 seconds. Then it was glorious. But Utah, that's kind of a half. Maybe specifically, we've said the numbers bear out that it's half. Specifically, the fourth quarter is bad. Warriors, fourth quarter was really bad. They've been in these games. They've competed. They've played well. Those are positives. Those, I think, fit the mantra of stacking days. Now, you want the day to be 1-0 and not 0-1, but you have stuff to build on. We got that win against Portland. We had a fight against Utah. Okay. You hope that you learn from the Utah Warriors games. And I think that's what was or those types of games. And I think that's what was so frustrating about the start of the Phoenix game, was like, damn, you didn't learn nothing. Like, you're starting the game the way the last one ended. And that was the first time, even as things fell apart against Utah, the Buddy's pass goes sailing out of bounds, even as things, fell apart against the Warriors and De'Aaron's pass goes flying in the air. Even at that, I still walked away like, there's not the team is different. We've said that all year. It's different. It's different. It's different. Phoenix, the first half of the Phoenix game, where that was the first time this year I was like, this ain't different. This is the same. If this is their response to the last 2 games, this is same old Kings. Ain't nothing changed here. And then we saw their response. And then you heard Harrison. This team is different. We're building. Let's build tonight. The Pelicans are not good. We talked about the 16-15 record against teams under 500. The Pelicans, I'm confident, are going to finish under 500. And if not, do whatever. Right now, today, they're under 500. Kings need to get this win. This is a game that the Kings should win. And I know every time you have these types of conversations, it goes poorly. But I'm buying in to this is different. This season is different. 1-0 for the Kings today. Appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up before you leave. If you're on Twitch, do the same thing. Hit the notifications button. If you're on the Odyssey app, hit the heart. We appreciate you so much for hanging out with us. If you stuck with us on 1320 AM, man, we appreciate you to no end. Have a fantastic weekend. Have a safe weekend. It's a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. It's 4 o'clock. You know what time it is. That drink's getting poured right now. As my partner would say, go 49ers, go Kings. We'll see you Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Dunzo, baby. What are y'all doing in here? I looked over twice and I saw like different Campbell's. I saw like the Hammy House. Like, what are y'all doing? No, I hit the keys earlier. I hit the keys. I just don't hit them at the very end of the show. But no, I hit the keys to the game earlier. Oh, y'all are wild, man. I do close the chat, yeah. When I'm by myself, I close it. Yeah, I appreciate you, Mike. It looks because you know why it looks easy? Because I closed the chat. I gotta ignore y'all. I gotta ignore y'all, man. Oh, good call. My bad, Cole. Good call. Good call. Noel's today. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dropping the. All right. All right, John. All right. No, I get it. Hey, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good. Y'all noticed that, huh? Hold on. Where Dr. David? You noticed? Ooh, it's Navy with the. Y'all, hey, I got you. You know I'm gonna take care of y'all. I just see that's the idea, right? You rock something. Hey, when can I get that? Let's just say your boys got a plan. I got a plan. I got a plan for the blue, the core blue, and I got a plan for the whole blue line. Because it's not just the core blue. That's the chef's kiss. But we got navy with the blue. We got gray with the blue. Fam, we got like this chocolate brown. We got this like light sand color, all with the blue. I don't know if y'all ready though, man. That's the thing. I wasn't even sure how this looked, honestly. And then I sat down on the camera. I was like, fuck, this look good. This look good. Yeah, I like that idea. Turning that legacy collection into different versions of the D'Lo and Casey logo, like with the Jesse was saying in my ear, you guys couldn't hear him with the red and the blue. Oh, where'd you go, Bryce? Where'd you go, Bryce? Oh, I got a pair for this blue. I haven't got a chance to wear them because I ain't left the house, so I ain't got. I had a choice to make when I went to the game, and I picked the ones I picked. So the other guys had to stay in the closet. Fam, bet. The whole spring line ain't gonna have no sleeves. I'm gonna find a company to make us hoodies with no sleeves. We're gonna rock those. We're gonna rock the sleeveless hoodie, baby. That's actually Co. Where'd Co go? That's actually facts. This is 100% accurate. Co don't get the core because he wears Adidas, so he was disqualified. I checked the rule book, so he was disqualified. You gonna have to buy it, bro. When it drops, you're gonna have to pay attention to the drop because I can't do that to the blue, man. Send it to an Adidas house. Cole. We all need that. Dang, we all need that, man. We all need that old velour joint from back. If I can find someone to make a D'Lo and KC velour suit, bet. I'm looking. I'm finding a velour suit. Watch. House show. Okay. All right. This is doing a lot. Is that? I was trying to work this one out in my head. I don't get it. Is that chat mod blue? I don't understand, Dave. That one's missing me. I'm a Leapin' Lanny Poffo fan. I tried not to harp on that too long, but that was freaking funny. That was funny. Leapin' Lanny Poffo. Have you ever heard of the Genius? Okay. Leapin' Lanny Poffo and the Genius are the same guy, and it's that's Macho Man's brother. How tall is James Ham? James and I are about the same size, 5'10", 11. Was this a big topic of conversation today? Why is it all caps? Chat moderator names appear blue. Oh, okay. I can't see that. I didn't know that. Oh, so okay. That's true. That's a good idea. I'm gonna have Cole enter the discount code Adidas, and it's gonna charge. Oh, if I could figure out how to do that. Oh, that's hilarious. Anytime this browser comes to D'Lo and KC, charge them double. Nah, Cole's core. He's flawed. He's flawed. D'Lo and KC workout gear. Okay. Yeah, you know what? That's on the way, Warren. That's actually on the way. That's part of the sitcom joint. So I don't think we have any. I mean, it's Friday. I mean, people are filtering out. I got to cut some promos, but it's the crew in here. So I'll show you the sitcom joints. The hell am I logged out, man? Log me in. What are you doing? I'll show you here we go. All right, give me just a minute. I gotta go to the unpublished version of the site, and I'll show you the next collection that's gonna drop. Let's see here. Oh, the next I'm gonna put the gold out. I might do that tonight. I'm gonna put the gold out. Let's see. Jeez. Unpublished. That's what we need. Don't need all that stuff. All right. So, oh man, this is so clean. I think Dave Garcia is in here. This is a total nod. Dave Garcia just killed this. Share screen. All right, so Pete, this is part of the sitcom line that's about to drop. That says "For the Culture" right there. And it's a nod to the old In Living Color stuff. It's the In Living Color font. So this is the long sleeve tee. Warren, but it'll be on a hoodie too. So it's black, but we got it in light blue, core blue. We got it in red. So the idea with all those colors is let me get the next one ready for you here. So yeah, like I'm like the hoodies and I don't know why I just didn't pull up the hoodie in the first place. That's what you freaking asked for. I'm just being difficult. So like gold, but look at you got that Celtic. Woo, that Celtic green look good. Goodness gracious. You got the Carolina blue, purple, light pink. Oh, that's cold right there. Maroon. So we're kind of doing some different stuff with that one right there. Oh, that pink is cold. Goodness gracious. And I'll show you one more. I think you guys already saw this. I think I already showed this to you. I think we actually used to use this, but this is Martin, in tribute to the old Martin theme. That's that font right there. So similar. It had to be a little bit more careful because of the skyline behind it. The skyline is black, so it didn't really work on all of the different colors. But yeah, there's some bright colored hoodies on the way for sure. But there's definitely some good stuff going. That's part of the reason I thought we keep that fundraiser short, because that, like I said, that fundraiser was to prove a point. And the fact that a lot of y'all will be wearing that shirt to Kings games, and have that stuff on social media. And now that dude can just, no matter how many people try to write about him, that dude is out of our lives forever. And we could donate that money to a good cause here in Sacramento. So hope y'all dig that, man. I'm excited to launch those. I want to get I'm gonna get the gold collection up, probably get a few modified versions of some of these different logos up. Got a plan. I promise there's a plan for the blue collection, and that sitcom collection. We'll have all of that stuff out in November. So I don't know exactly when we became a clothing company, but man, if y'all are gonna support, we're gonna keep putting that merch out, and like I said, we'll send that stuff right back out to you. So no for the culture shirts. Yeah, he'd be offended. Murph, my mans. Always good to see you in here, Murph Doggy Dog. Always good to see you. I know you out there grinding. Oh, I don't remember what that looked like. Wasn't that pretty similar to... True story, I was trying to think of different... it's kind of basic, Leezy. Kind of basic. I want to get some Kings logos done first. But I did like the idea. Maybe a different world, because since we can't use the other one. But I've been trying to think of different sitcoms that we could use. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Yep. Yeah, I've been trying to think of some different ones that we could do that would just be a cool addition to that sitcom collection. Because right now, outside that sitcom collection is, I think is pretty dope. I think it's pretty cool. All right, man. I got to cut a promo. I made it without my juice. I wasn't sure if I was. Oh, there you go. There you go, Kyle. There you go, Kyle. Mr. Garcia, please direct your eyes towards the screen. I made it without my juice. I'm pleased with myself. I made it without my juice, and without going to the bathroom. So I'm gonna cut a promo for Jesse. We're gonna get out of here. By the way, man, we got Kings basketball in less than an hour anyway. So appreciate y'all, man. Thanks for getting me through the day. Thanks for carrying the weight of the show. And have a great weekend. Be safe. Pop that drink. Pour that drink. Enjoy it. We'll see you Monday. You know the deal.